Hey Jim, so what is the red pill community?
They're groups of men that have basically attributed much of their problems to the women's movement. It's a group of men who are anti-feminist, who really have developed a belief system that women are actually in control of the society and that women hold privilege. And they attribute much of their problems to women. There's a link between the incel movement and the red pill movement. It's based on misogyny, really entitlement. It's unfortunately something that is also linked in lots of different ways to online violence. Some of their platforms on Reddit, for instance, have been banned because it's leading to violence. So basically the red pill movement is groups of men that are projecting their problems onto women as the cause of all of them.
Well, welcome to the show. This is the Lion's Den with two special guests, Nova Star and Anna Mako. We would love for you to introduce yourselves and welcome to a Friday night. We know you can be anywhere on any date with any person, but you chose to date us on this Friday night. Thank you. Go ahead and introduce yourselves and tell us about
how could
yourself.
I pass up a fine piece of ass like you, my friend?
That's right.
Come on.
And this woman knows what she's talking about.
I do. Yes. So I am Nova Star, from host of School of Thought, and I'm a relatively new podcast, more based off of variety than any specific type of title. We deal everything from health to what's going on in online spaces to even things in the news and entertainment industry. And we're looking to have fun and get a great audience and intrigue the audience.
Well, with the angle of your camera, we're going to have some fun. It looks like.
Thank you.
Thank you, girls. My name is Anna Mako, and I specialize in marketing. And for some reason, I decided to nerd out in the manosphere at some point.
Okay. Hey, I'm sorry. I think it's important that, Fearless, Roland, and myself, we introduce ourselves to you. So you have a general idea as far as who we are and how long we've been doing this for as well. So, Roland, Fearless, you guys want to go first?
No, go ahead. You started it.
Okay.
Your intro, sir.
Yeah, okay. My name is Kanal, aka Black Man Travels. I'm a travel blogger focused on 4 pillars: digital nomad, health, relationship, and business. Been doing this for about a couple of years, taking it more seriously now. Just doing this more of a pastime. So this is like a really good way to keep my old self in the house between travels.
How fun.
Yeah.
Fearless. So I started off doing travel and I didn't get into it for fun. I got into it because I needed a tax break. So I needed to spend some money somewhere. But now we do more podcasts. I have another channel where I do fun and another channel that does travel. So this is an enjoyment and a let out for me. So some things we say may be a little controversial, but the views we have are our own.
All right. Well, my name's Ronan Travelers. I'm ex-military veteran, served for almost 8 years, did time in Gulf War, Somalia. So I am a PTSD sufferer in recovery. And my background is in financial planning, traveling, obviously. And then I speak to men's health, relationships, and mentorship, right along with financial and retirement planning. That's my background, and that's what I usually try to talk about 95% of the time. Now, we do dip off into conversations like the red pill because they do have an influence on the people that we deal with, right along with, Passport Bros and all the other organizations out there that are leading people astray somewhat.
And just to let you know, I see the chat. There is a question about what is a passport bro. We will help define that because I think it kind of correlates to the red pill community. I think they've kind of intertwined over the years. The question for the panel, or what we're going to try to break down, is this the end of the red pill? Well, let's see. I think once something becomes over popularized, it starts to let everyone in. So maybe the initial meaning of what the red pill was is no longer. Just the same with what they would call passport bros, which were gentlemen going overseas to seek relationships and get away from the Western culture type of relationships. There was no I guess, formal way to get into passport bros. So that tradition has changed. So now what people are going overseas for is entirely different. It's no longer relationships. It looks like it's just what we would call pay for play. So has the red pill changed? I say yes. Andrew Tate's been arrested. Fresh and Fit has become demonetized. Myron goes on racist rants. Just Pearly Things is gone. So I think the initial part of what the red pill was is no longer. It seems like we went from incels to femcels. And, you know, and I would say this, just I think the initial part of the red pill of what it was a great concept. Let me see if I can run some of that down while I'm doing this, but it has changed. And if you have the majority of the people telling you how to get women and what you need to get women, and none of those people have women, it doesn't make sense. So if you're a leader of a red pill and you're saying, hey, this is what you need to do to get women, and all of you are single or all of you are doing things not to get women, that's never going to make it. So in my opinion, what the red pill was an awareness of gender dynamics. So I think with the onset of feminism, where we're saying we're all equal, I think it went back to say, we're really not all equal. There are some dynamics that make us different and set us apart. One thing I did like about the red pill community, it encouraged self-improvement. As a guy, I said, hey, you can't be in your basement being sloppy and get no women. You have to improve yourself, whether it's monetarily, physically, or just open up your mind to certain things. There was a focus on masculinity. I think in today's age, where you can't define what a woman is, a lot of men have become more feminine. A lot of women have become more masculine. So I think it was a great focus to go back and say, men, you should take a traditional value and go back and reclaim your masculinity. Also, think it was a great to share your experience in the beginning. If you shared and encouraged, later on, it just got guys in their basement saying what they couldn't do. When all things for that. Where it went bad, it just became cynicism. Instead of, I guess in my days, I don't want to predate myself or age.
Why not?
Oh,
We know how old you are.
we'll say how,
He's 25.
Be
yes,
proud of your age, man. A lot of us
25.
don't get here. A lot of us don't get here. Don't slight them on your age. Let them know.
and yeah, we do play some oh man, that was the wrong word. Background music. That was a
We
play
do?
on words, but didn't mean to do that. I think what happened was back in my day, we had what we would call game. I know no one likes to use that, but there was a little swagger. You had to have suave. You had to be able to go to a woman and talk to her face to face. And through trials and errors, just like if you were a salesperson, you don't always get your sale, but you learn from the sales that you don't make. You hone your skills, you become better, and you refine it. In today's age, there is none of that. No face to face. It's I'm going to text you, and then if I don't like you, I'll call you every name and make an excuse for the women as to why they won't talk to you. It's not self-improvement for any man to say why I'm not getting it. We've started to over exaggerate and say what we can't do. In my day, you didn't say what you couldn't do. You just did it. And if you didn't, hey, I think back in the day, we bullied. I know people don't like to be bullied nowadays, but by the time I got 18, I was called every name in the book. After that, you can call me anything. It didn't bother me. I'd already heard it. So my self-esteem in a sense was shaped in, as they say, iron sharpens iron or steel sharpens steel. I think also what happened, I know we don't like to say toxic masculinity, but a lot of them got in toxic masculinity. They didn't home on their skills. It was just a complaining group of people who just wanted to go to a group and say, why didn't this work? And to go into what we would call the passport bros, just in a sense to define that were guys that were in the Western society that said, we want to go to other cultures, whether it's Latin America, Asian America, places in Africa where there's still what we call a traditional woman. And they want to travel to those places to get traditional women because they felt that the Western culture had changed so much and it become a 50-50 relationship and you couldn't find traditional women. That was the onset of it. Then it became guys who were just fat and ugly, who couldn't get women in the United States, and they would travel over there and then go to the lowest slums that they would have, and then pay for extracurricular activities. And it's gotten so bad in the community that guys would get on live stream and basically beg for super chats for other people to pay for them to go overseas. And it would even get even worse, where they would say, hey, do you want to see me have an adventure tonight? If you want to see me have an adventure tonight, that's going to cost about $100. Super chat me and I'll go get an adventure tonight. So there's guys that are sitting in the basement who are living virtually through other men, and the guys in the basement who can't obtain a woman are paying other men to go out there and date women. So that is part of that movement, and that is where we're at. I'll step back and let the other guys go, or let the women chime in.
Hey, Fearless, I think you forgot one important thing, which is the genesis of all this. MGTOW. MGTOW was before the whole entire red pill. So MGTOW was like was really what started the whole entire movement, men going their own way. And I remember this back in 2012, 2013. That was yeah, it was that old. And it was like a little corner of men just complaining about, women this, women that, and it's just like it picked up a lot of steam back then in the YouTube space. Then eventually it moved into red pill and everything else. But again, the genesis of it is MGTOW.
Well, you guys are forgetting one clear point of why it's even called a red pill. Let's take it back to the Matrix, the movie. It's the awakening of taking the pill and being very clear on what is going on in society and the preconceived notions of how society within the Matrix is formed. It's supposed to be an awakening, of what's going on when it comes to hypergamy and your sexual marketplace value, when it comes to you being high value to the woman that you're trying to date, and she should recognize that, instead of it's all bow down to the women situation that's going on. So all those are factors in why there's a red pill and why there's a lot of guys that are disillusioned, and I would say ladies too, that are demanding high percentages of what they think they rate when they don't necessarily rate that as well. I could say it's on both sides, but I wouldn't call the women on the red pill. I would leave that for women to decide what you guys are calling yourselves when they're overly evaluating themselves when it comes to dating the marketplace and the list of demands they have just to even go out. So I'm going to defer to the ladies on that point, but I think we hit all the key points when it comes to the red pill and the history of it. But Nova or Anna, whoever wants to chime in first, go ahead.
Let me just start off by saying, Self-Made wants to know, is this romper room? Where is the background music?
Oh,
Let's put some background music on, gentlemen.
All right, hold on. I got something.
You got to set the mood. I'm very stickler about background music, but hey,
this one,
those other broads. I've noticed that a lot of them are like college girls, and college girls are delusional anyways, but a lot of people are just delusional, period. Anna, your take on that one?
The college girls?
Yeah, all these girls and stuff who rate themselves way too high when they're obviously like a 3 or 4 or something. You know what I mean?
I mean, I don't know. You're like a 10 to someone somewhere in some country, somewhere, somehow. I think it's more of, there's a couple of things. Can we lower it a little bit? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
And I think if we just play that lo-fi music, because it's just words.
I was just gonna say that on the instrumentals, no lyrics.
There's an ass for every seat, right, Anna?
Yeah, and maybe, there's also like other history, because it actually is much older than that. This was started in like the 70s and 80s, and it was not for men to date. It was men that were being divorced or being single fathers or like left destitute that didn't know what to do with the aftermath. So they were men's support groups in that aspect. And it didn't change until the 1990s into the dating stuff that you're seeing now.
Yeah, so like a support group, basically.
And that's when MGTOW branched off and did its thing.
And then they also you guys forgot about the black pill. You guys
Well, we
forgot
don't
that a
deal with
lot of
that.
the
I don't deal with that
stem
stuff.
from black pill.
That's a QB passport thing. But if you want to tell them what the
not
black
even-
pill is all about, go ahead.
Yeah, Anna, that's more your forte.
Fucking, why are you putting it all on
And-
me?
and as a
I'm
night-
not. It's just
Anna's a night
that's-
rider?
You came into the space before I did. You came into the black pill, but it's okay.
Yeah, it's just they like to say it as like the ultimate truth. It's a little nihilistic if you really, really look at it like that, but it's kind of like just like if you're looking at science, you're like, there's the truth of what it is, move accordingly. And that's kind of what they do. So they kind of nerd out sometimes on like looks maxing and like
Oh, okay. That's what QB QB
that's what I
flexing
said.
talks about, huh?
That's his thing.
So-
Yeah.
So I'm curious to know how many pills are there? Like how many colored pills are?
Too many.
though. I heard there's like a purple pill and a blue pill and a turquoise pill.
A pink
Yeah.
pill. I don't even know what the pink one is.
It's a lot. It's ridiculously. It's a rabbit hole.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is it like, I think to answer the original question of like, is it gone? I think it is, because what it originally started for was to bring up the issues that men were having psychologically, like the unaliving rate that men are at. That was the whole goal. And now that it is mainstream and people are having these conversations, it's kind of done its job. Now it's just kind of like a little shit show.
It is.
Okay.
I mean, I love it. I still do. I mean, I can't be here as often anymore, but like
Huh?
there's a lot to be learned too for girls and guys. Like I learned how men actually think versus how us women we think that you guys think.
Is it helpful though? Are they catching on from the woman's side?
Yeah, but I feel like women at least try to. Men don't try to understand how women are.
They don't want to adjust to how women are, is what it is.
We
It's
don't want to adjust to y'all. Is that what you're saying?
The guys in the red pill space and a lot of these
Oh, okay.
online spaces do not want to adjust themselves to reality. They want to maintain their own way and their own way of thinking, and they want that to prevail when that's not reality.
Well, let's
But
dig
then,
into
but
that
then
real
we got to
quick. Wait,
define
wait,
what is
wait.
reality.
Wait.
Is reality a girl wanting to go on a $300 date? Is reality a girl saying
No.
Hold on. Without
mean,
going
but
to
that's
extremes.
gonna be a
Wait.
reality.
Wait. Without going to extremes right now. What is the female perspective of your reality of what you feel like men should either change to conform to, or what they're not doing currently that you think they should change?
me.
Me or her.
Nova. Since you came out with it.
Manners, hygiene,
Wow.
like putting your best foot forward. I mean, I'm old school. Those things are never going to change. Like he said, you guys had game back in the day, which just translates to having a personality and charisma. Wow, gee,
That's
have
right.
a personality.
And like effort.
Yeah,
Like-
and some effort.
You
So
have to
would
put
you-
yourself out there to be rejected. That was the effort.
Yes.
Nobody has that anymore.
No.
So would you say this is more of a generational thing? Because I'm part of the Generation X, and similar to Fearless,
Yeah.
I grew up in the days of we had to approach and conversate with people.
You remember the songs and everything that guys would do?
Yeah.
That doesn't happen
Yeah.
anymore. That's not
No.
a
Well, you got a whole bunch of incels and single raised kids, and
what they do. They look at you, and if you look at them a certain way, that signals to them that you're interested.
wait. But with
Yeah.
all the women, with all the women with the attitudes that, you got a lot of females that go out in groups, and there's a gatekeeper in that group, and she's really offensive to any man that's attempting to even talk to one of her friends, even though the friend might get along with the guy. How does a guy approach you guys without having to damn near step the gatekeeper that's in your group
Well,
off
that's
to the side so they can get to you?
that's a part of it. You're supposed to go through the gatekeeper and make it
Really?
for
You
someone.
want somebody gatekeeping for you instead of you having the ability to decide on your own.
Women
But fear-
go. That is, we go in packs. We are small, emotional creatures that are sensitive and small, and we go in packs. And so there, of course, there's going to be an angry Chihuahua somewhere that makes us seem like a little like
Or pit
Some
bull.
of them ain't little chihuahuas. Some of them are big behemoth
I understand, but if that's the case, something will happen. You'll get a giggle or some sort of acknowledgement that you're going.
But
It's-
Roland,
it's
none of that
not
has changed. You know, even back in our time.
anymore. Like
You
simple.
know,
Hold on, let me say this thing. It's like the sidewalk rule. You guys know to walk on the correct side of the street when you're walking
Right.
next to a lady. Men don't know this fucking rule anymore. Nobody knows this rule.
That's insane.
But you
Hey,
keep blaming
real
the
quick,
men.
we see the
Hold
super
up,
chats
hold
coming
up,
in.
hold
Hold
up.
on, we
I'm
see
gonna
the
get to
super
it.
chats coming in. Stand by, we'll get to them. I just wanted to let
Yeah.
them know. Go ahead and finish your point.
Nova Star,
Yes,
I
sir.
think you're kind of incorrect on some of the things you said. So,
What?
for instance,
What did I say incorrectly?
all right, what you said incorrectly was the chivalry is gone. I've seen videos where guys have showed up, they've opened the door, they've been respectful, they've done all of that, and the girl was like, what is he doing? Like, they looked at that as a strange behavior. That's one. Number two, Anna, you said that guys don't want to be rejected. The reason guys don't want to be rejected was, in my day, you were just rejected. Now you get rejected for clout. They put you on the internet. They say, why is this guy approaching me? They're at the gym doing workouts, and if you look over at them, you're all of a sudden 1 million down on TikTok just because you acknowledged the girl. So the problem is you guys do it for clout, and rejecting guys now is a game to you.
We're not going to be generally speaking here and saying you guys, because that's a little rude.
You just said you guys don't do chivalry, so you did it. You did it first.
If I said you guys, I didn't mean to. I'm just speaking pejoratively. I'm not speaking at you.
And when I'm not offended. I'm just saying when I say it, I'm just saying it for that. I don't want to say some women that. So if I say you guys, I am saying in general or a select group.
What would the term be that's non-offensive to a female?
It's not that.
I'm okay with all of it. I don't care.
It's offensive. It's that it's like saying no man knows the sidewalk rule. There are some men that do know it, but the majority don't. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't. Okay. I'm not taking offense to it.
She's talking about the younger, newer breeds.
Yeah, I understand, and they don't know the rule.
No, they don't. And I don't recall saying chivalry was dead. I don't recall saying that.
You're young. What I found is the younger audience will hang on to words literally as opposed to figuratively.
Yes,
and
I agree with you there.
So I try to refrain from saying like that's the law of it. But I'm sorry, I went on a tangent. What was it that you said?
I was saying that now rejecting men is a sport. So you're saying, why don't men go up and talk to women? That's how it used to be. The reason is when you get rejected, you're not just rejected by that woman, you're rejected by 1 million of her followers on TikTok.
Right. And it depends on what kind of woman you're going after, but it's part of the name of the game. It's like looking for a job or anything else that you get rejected for. We're in a society where, that is possible. But if that's what you're worried about happening all the time, you're never going to build the resilience or understanding of what you did possibly incorrectly.
But you don't know what type of woman, just to go up to a woman, you don't know what type of woman she is with no unspoken word, with anything. You're just going up. And there's also
in a club or something.
But there's guys that are being shamed. I've seen videos, guys that are at the gym and they look. And just by that look, he's a creep. He's this. He did nothing.
Right. And those women are psychotic. Like we also, it's
mass hysteria.
You've also then seen the other videos where women are trying to do that, and then the entire gym like bans her or makes an example out of her, or other gym people are chiming in saying clearly no one was looking at her. Like it's become a thing.
But I learned this.
So hold on. Before, I don't want to get too far ahead because we have a live conversation going on right now, and the super chats are trying to interact with the current topic. Before we jump to a whole nother topic and a question, I want to adjust the topic that we're dealing with right now with the guys that are paying for the super chats to get their points across or ask questions to the panel. So the first one is by Darnell. He's asking Fearless, what was your success rate during your days of the game? How many women did you know? L's basically, did you take any W's, and what was your ROI, and was it worth it?
75% and 10%.
Damn, you know them like that?
Yeah. Because I
Jeez.
had a 75% win rate and then a 10% win rate. And I'll tell you
Wow.
why. If I was approaching a woman that I knew that I could talk to, or maybe that that I was going for specific reasons other than trying to have a relationship, I had a great 75% rate. Now, if it was a woman that I wanted to pursue, that I was like, that's the one I want, I see her somewhere, that was about a 10% rate.
Okay.
That means 9% of the time, 90% of the times I might have been rejected. I have a boyfriend. I have something like that. But some of it was my fault. Some of it I didn't look at the cues that were being sent.
Mhm.
It was, I'm going for it. I don't care. I don't
Well,
care
you're
if you're
still
with your
young back
man.
then, though.
Yeah, I mean, you going to the bath. You just left your man, and you going to the bathroom. I'm trying to sneak my number to you.
Oh man, I hate you
I mean,
dudes like that. Yeah, that's rude as fuck. But
I used to
anyway,
get guys like you all the time. Oh,
True
he's not looking
Prodigy.
here.
True Prodigy says, "Are you guys really paying to see other guys date women overseas?" That's not us. That's another YouTuber that it's crashing out. Between Jay Rillo, Floyd, and now they got this new guy coming up in the ranks that these guys are incels living in their basements or whatever, and they're living vicariously through these YouTubers. And yes, they are supporting these guys to go out, date, screw, fly overseas, do whatever.
And I
So
think that guy you're
unfortunately,
talking
yes.
about got $800 in 30 minutes to do so.
Yeah, $800 in 30 minutes for donations. Yeah, crazy. And then the last question, facts at Nova Star. College women are very delusional and conceited, but I don't blame them because it's the men who reinforce that bad behavior. You agree?
Kind of, to a degree, because if you want a different type of woman, then stop going for whores. Point blank.
So you
Damn,
guys,
we said that before.
You have to adjust your behavior to get a different result.
I think that is not true. And I mean, in a sense, but if there was an experiment, and I'll try to make this as fast as I can. There were monkeys in a room. Monkey would go for a banana. Yeah, they would go for a banana. They would get sprayed. Then they took one monkey out and put another monkey that had never been sprayed in. They did that cycle so much that the room became filled with monkeys who had never been punished for going for the banana. But none of them went for the banana, and they never knew why. That's what happens to men. So I did not have to touch the stove to know the stove was hot. I seen someone else touch the stove, and I said, man, they got burnt. I'm not going to touch the stove. So Anna, when you say you got to keep trying, what happens is, as a man, you say, I seen what happened to this guy, and the result, I don't want that result to happen to me. So we stop and we learn from others' behavior, because that's how men survived all the time. We had to say, that lion eats, so I got to make sure I watch out for that lion.
The opposite. It's it's making you extinct instead. Because there's people that will approach, and then there's people that won't. It's it just is what it is. You can't sugarcoat it or change the laws of nature itself. And then hopefully it changes, because it's, I don't know.
Can I elaborate on that, Anna?
Yeah, go for it.
Look,
I've been
in
on this
sales.
one before you do that, because I want you to answer this question. The difference between sexual harassment is how the guy looks. So some guys just can't take that chance. I mean, if I go talk to you, it could be sexual harassment. Ronan comes and talks to you, it's acceptable, so you like it. So sometimes guys just can't take that chance anymore.
I got to push back. I got to push
have
back
to
on
first
that.
address the first part, which is I've been in sales a long time. Okay. Everything is a numbers game.
Exactly.
Life is like sales, which is you keep going until you get a yes, right? And then you get the cash in hand, right? You made the sale, but it's the squeaky grease that gets what they want. It's perseverance. It isn't even necessarily talents. It isn't necessarily anything other than persevering and pushing through. So, I mean, you guys are older. I'm burning a trail right behind you. So I'm not the broad who was hanging out in the pack with, the linebacker who's keeping all the guys away. And I wasn't the broad who, if you look at me, I'm crying, wolf. Okay, that's the new breed. So that's a new situation. But all those girls who are doing that stuff, you give them another 5 years, guess what's going to happen? Their mindset is going to change. And then they're going to be looking for the attention. They're going to want the attention. So, life is not a monolith. It keeps changing. and you keep evolving as you age, like it or not. Your mindset changes. So don't be discouraged by that. Move on to the next one and keep going.
Can I chime in on 1 second?
Sure.
We love to like reference social media, and I think social media only represent a small population of what people actually feel.
Yes.
A lot of people are not going out and actually talking to people, and you'd be amazed. Same thing
Correct.
as you. I'm in marketing and sales. I talk to people. I talk to men, women. I talk to anybody who's willing to talk to me. A simple conversation, simple hello could go so far in life. And
Absolutely.
I think a lot of guys are allowing social media to dictate how the real world operates. What you see on social media is not what the real world is happening. It's not. As much as they try to paint it, no, it's not. Like I could go to a bar right now and spark a conversation with anybody.
Well, you're getting that from all the dating coaches who want to sell you something.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
you're you didn't call them out like that, did you?
Oh, I sure as hell did. Are you ready to go there?
We'll come back to them. We will come back to them. Yes, we will come back to your dating coach comment, definitely. But go ahead. Sorry.
But you guys say that, and when I've been out there, this is how we're. And when I talk, Nova, I'm not talking from my perspective because this isn't how it is. But I've seen it from a young person's perspective. We used to carry this around, this and a little piece of paper. We go somewhere and be like, I'm going to the mall and I'm getting numbers. Now it's not like that. Now if you try to get girls, because what they do is they say, I don't get my number out. What's your IG? I'll take your IG. It's not about numbers. You got what is it? TikTok.
I disagree. I have to push back because
this is the last time you approached women.
No. I watch my nephews. They're in their 20s, and they don't get no Instagram handle. They get numbers in Miami. So it's just like it really depends on the vibe you give off, how you look, how you talk. All that stuff still matters. Now, granted, if she asks for your handle, she's trying not to like turn you down too hard. It's like, you know what? I'm not gonna give you my number, but I'll give you my Instagram page. That's the way I see it.
That's what I do. It's like, I don't do that. Let me give you my IG.
I don't ever hand out my IG. What's the point? Yeah. Give me your number.
But I'm gonna tell you why, Nova.
I think that's a personality thing where it's our generation. Our generation is used to wanting to talk on the phone. My hands are too big. I don't want to sit here and type myself to death with my thumbs. It's crazy to me. I'd rather have a real conversation. That way you're not in a mindset when you read a phrase that I'm angry when I'm really not angry, but because you're in that mindset, you're taking that inference that's being said in that text the wrong way. If I communicate to you, you're going to hear the levels in my tone and the way I'm delivering my conversation to where it's not a big deal.
But I know you're saying this, Black Man Travels, but I've seen it where a girl has given guys numbers to text them, and they call them, and they like,
it's that generation though. Like,
but BMT, that's the generation we're talking about. The generation that's locked in that red pill community isn't us; it's the younger generation.
But I think both men and women, the younger generation, just love to text. Like I'll text my son. I'll call and he'll text me. I'm like, dude, I'm calling you to speak to you. You better text.
That's
lazy.
Now, if he wants money, he calls me. It's like, okay, now you call me. It's like,
Dad, I love you.
You know why? Because you can hear the desperation in his voice when he says, "I really need the money."
Yeah, I love you, Dad.
Yeah. So they know it. They just don't do it. But go ahead. You were going to say something, Anna, and we kind of stepping on top of you, but
that's okay. Like I'm small.
And this is a battle ring, so you're gonna have to jump in like you playing hopscotch type of thing.
Jump the Lion's Den.
The Lion's Den. My whip out for all the boys in the audience.
Back that again. I need to see that again.
Right there.
There you go. Hey.
Oh man, I'm bent.
And guess what? Guess what? She's a PK too.
Damn straight I am. Yes.
There's not many times I'll submit to
Anna.
a woman, but that whip I'll submit.
Okay.
Come here.
Go ahead, Anna. I'm sorry for his behavior, but
let the lady speak.
I love that it went silent for that. I I don't see the argument just seems redundant to me at this point, because it's very much like it is what it is. It's the generation has not been taught how to date, how to approach, how to make friends.
I agree.
The iPad generation, and they're gonna have to figure it out the way that every generation does. And
I
it's
think.
yeah, because
Yeah.
there's no alternative, but they're working their stuff out. Because like I'm in the in between, so some guys all we do is text, and then some guys it's like talking. But it really is a generational thing.
Real
No,
quick,
but
I
do you
got two
think
more
this
super
is-
chats in here,
Okay.
and they have questions. It's a numbers game indeed, but if you have skill experience, you won't have to play that many numbers. That's exactly right. The quicker you hone your skills and social skills when it comes to approaching, talking, what works, what didn't work that time, get to the next one. What worked, what didn't work. And it could be the female too. You got to look at that too. So the female could be not receptive to you. Maybe you're not her type. Go ahead. You can interject on that one. Go ahead.
I always say this too,
And then
so
let me interject after.
I forget about this. So one of my guy friends, I live in Miami now, and one of my guy friends, he's hideous. Like he's not attractive at all, and
Oh, wow.
he's like
Quasimodo.
he's like 5'7" Quasimodo, but so fucking charismatic. Like he has like 10 women on the roster on a regular basis.
Oh yes.
Wow.
and
So you're saying a hold up, you're breaking some dudes' minds up in here right now. You're saying a Quasimodo dude that has a great personality can still get chicks and actually have a roster of chicks.
Oh hell yes.
you have to be charismatic. I'm not just saying have a great personality. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
he romanticizes everything. Anytime a girl, like we all went out one time and he was like, wow, he's Italian too. And he's like, I am so blessed. He got on his knees and he's like, what did I do to deserve all these beautiful goddesses?
He has personality. We call that
Right.
personality.
Yeah,
He has
but
personality.
yeah, and it's charisma, because personality is who you are. Charisma is how you are able to
How you work it.
pull them
Yeah.
to you. And that's what he's good at. He compliments, he's sweet, he's kind, he's generous, very like gentlemanly no matter who it is. And he's literally
Is he leading with this? Is he leading with money?
no, he doesn't
I
like
just want to dispel that because a lot of guys was like, oh, he's probably putting out a lot of money.
here's the thing, he does have money, but he doesn't hold on, listen, but he does not spend a dime because he doesn't like girls that want to use him for his money. So
Oh, nice.
the only fucking women around him are the ones that are like that he's been taking to like KFC and like
I
let's
hope
go.
you guys are listening to this.
No,
I
but
hope
when
you guys
you go
are
out
going,
with
"Yep."
it, all right, I got a question then. When you go out with Quasimodo and you guys went to that restaurant, who paid the bill?
We split it.
Boom.
Y'all didn't pay it.
No, we split it.
That's
I mean,
awesome.
you laughing, Ronan, but how many
But that's
videos
awesome
have
that-
we seen? How
no,
many
but here's
videos
the
have we
thing.
seen where
Let
But
me
here's-
interject
guys
in
go
a
out?
second here.
Wait, I
They
want
do
Nova
not
to speak
do
too.
that.
I want Nova to speak too, but we get so many people in opposition of other rooms, and this was not planned. Anna answered this question legitimately, straight up.
Yep.
We get so many men in the room that are so disheartened that women won't split a check with you nowadays. It depends on the type of woman that you're in the room with.
Yeah.
Because she absolutely just said, I would split a check with a man and no problem. She knows that they're just friends. She knows where he stands with her. They're just friends. She's not attracted to him in any way. And she didn't expect for him to pay. How many guys hear a woman say that without being coached?
Well, and not only
That has to be acknowledged. You can't ignore that, especially in this type of room with the type of guys we have in here. I
And-
want that to be heard.
well, and here's the kicker that I tell him all the time is when I go on a shitty date, I'm like, I tell him about how awful it went or whatever happened. And I'm like, this is your fucking competition. American men are the bottom of the barrel right now. And like, in terms of dating, romance, empathy, charisma, emotional connection, but especially like having that empathy and emotional connection for women are emotional creatures. So these guys that have passion and drama overseas are also coming here and getting women. To me, it's the funniest thing. It's
Wow.
like
Okay.
Would you
So let
date?
me say
wait,
something
before you
I
follow
totally
up. Let Nova
forget.
get in. Let Nova get in.
Before I totally forget, number one, we're all human, so we're all emotional creatures. Number one, women tend to lead a little bit more with that, but if the women of the old school day was both intelligence and emotional, so it's a little bit different when you're dealing with broads like me and Anna. Number two, it's adapt or die. So like, life isn't a monolith, right? So with the IG issue, it's adapt or die. Obviously, if it's not working, do something different. The definition of his insanity is to keep doing the same thing, expecting a different result. It's not going to work. So if the IG thing isn't working out, don't do that anymore. Get people's freaking phone numbers and actually do face-to-face and connection to connection. Everybody's lost the human connection. That's where they're failing. And they keep thinking they can be lazy and use the online avenue to get what it is that they want. And it's not yielding the results, is it? Not really. And if you think being superficial and just your looks, your money is going to win everything over, then all you're going to attract,
big gym body that doesn't matter.
What does
no, because what's going to happen?
Well, Anna's going to correct you because she's going to say something.
What's going to end up? Hold on. What's going to end up happening is if you're going to just use your money as a way to get what you want, and money, you can buy whatever you want, but it doesn't mean you're going to actually get the thing that you want to love you back. It's going to be all about superficiality and gold diggers. So that's just
guys say that.
That's just how that is.
I watched the Tinder Swindler.
Yeah.
They were after him because of what he had.
The Tinder Swindler.
Did you guys not watch that movie?
Is that a name for real?
No, you didn't see the movie?
I never heard it out of my life. That shit is funny as hell.
So who on here has seen the Tinder Swindler?
I have not.
Can you give me a basis of what? Okay. Would you like to explain that?
It was basically there was a guy, he created multiple fake profiles on Tinder. He positioned himself as a wealthy man, and he was targeting more elderly women, and given this
elderly, his age, within
his age group, 40 plus, 40 plus, and basically he just sold them a false lie. And the thing is, these women were sending him money without ever seeing him. So it's like they're living this life without even ever seeing this man.
Go ahead, Anna, because you're so excited about this. Go ahead.
Because he would tell them, my enemies are after me. You must send me. My enemies are after me. And so it became a fucking meme. And I've even said it on dates if like the guy says or does something sketchy. I'm like, my enemies are after me.
That's a fantasy, though. That's targeting into people's fantasies,
But the women thought that he had so much money. He would take them to an apartment and say, hey, let's move. We're going to move in. Go look at whatever apartment. And they were so keen onto what he had to offer. He never gave him anything. He kind of painted the picture. And then he would be somewhere and say, I'm endangered. They're coming after me. I have this diamond mine and this. I just need you to give me like $25,000. They would give him $25,000. He would take that money, get a private jet, and be swindling the next girl. And I say all that to say, you guys say it's chivalry. It was never about the chivalry. It was the painting the picture of the possibility of money. And to go back to the IG, I know guys that don't have an IG or just have one profile, nothing happens. Usually, in general, a lot of women ask for the IG to know how many followers, to see what kind of lifestyle you have, because what they're already doing is prejudging you on the rate of income that you have. Where are you taking pictures? Are you out of the country a lot? Are you buy a nice sports car? Are you on the beach? So they don't have to ask how much money you make. They're already predetermining where you're at by how many followers you have and by the lifestyle you live. That's why their IG is so important.
Okay, let me go to this next super chat real quick. Shout out to True Prodigy for the $5 super chat for the last question. This is from Rolando G. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I feel women need to show more interest. I think a lot of women are lazy, even overseas. It's weird. Any comments as far as women being lazy?
I think you're being sold a bill of goods. I don't think it's going to be any better overseas than it is going to be in your own homeland. Honestly, that's your perception that it's greener somewhere else, not necessarily. So go travel, figure it out, and then come home and appreciate what you have. Like what we were talking about backstage.
Yeah.
Even the poorest, like you said, even the poorest streets in America is never ever going to be as bad as it's going to be somewhere else. So people don't know how good they have it till it's gone.
True.
I think
Go
a
ahead.
lot of people are just fantasizing of the possibility of being overseas and finding love.
Yes.
For someone like myself, Fearless, Roland, who traveled the world, I've been to 6 continents. You pretty much find the same type of women. It doesn't matter where you go. It depends on like the type of women that you want. And I think a lot of guys don't know what type of woman that they really want.
No, I
They
don't
go
think they
by
do.
based on what they see on social media. And let's just keep it a buck here. A lot of guys do have fantasies. They're striving for a certain type of woman, which they probably are not, or probably would never meet.
Well, women will fall for even Nigerian scammers, and you're basically hitting on something. Women do like to be wooed. They like to be courted. It used to be being called courted, gentlemen. Look it up. If you're watching the show, you can look it all up on the internet. It was back in the day, and so, all this drama and all of this stuff, it taps into the whole fantasy thing. But it's, at the end of the day, you're just going to be more broke for the ladies who fall for it. It is what it is.
But I think when you were courting women back then, it was a different type of woman. Now you can be the guy who's courting the woman and she's out sexing everyone else at the same time. So it's like, why am I spending money to go on a date with a woman who after the date goes with Rico Suave?
Man.
I know, you know why I know? Because I've been Rico Suave. I've been the guy that didn't have to spend anything that they came home to afterwards. Or the person that they did the fantasy with because they were too afraid to tell their boyfriend or wanted to be the pure person with the boyfriend, but actually wanted to live out a fantasy with someone else. So I talk because I've been that what we call a cleanup man. When he messed up, I was there to clean it up.
Real quick,
rebound?
Darnell Elliott, thank you for the $5 super chat. I do not have that soundbite, but if you're feeling like somebody is lying on the panel, I don't care who it is.
No,
I
you're
think you
misreading
need.
that.
What are you
You're
saying?
misreading that.
What am I saying?
You said that. You said you have to. You
have the why the F she lying soundbite. He wants me to play the soundbite.
No. You said why the F she. Oh, it could be that one, or
No,
I
no.
thought you said.
No,
why
he's
the F
asking
she
me to
lying.
play a soundbite that I don't have. So unfortunately, I don't. But I will download it now that you give me the $5 super chat. So thank you for the $5 super chat. And if you think somebody's lying, call the cap and find out or tell us who's lying. What's she lying about? By the way, Anna's been waiting to talk. Go ahead, Anna. You got to jump in here. Come in strong.
Roland, you kind of dominating the conversation. You got to fall back a little bit, man.
Me?
It's your military background.
It's okay. You guys are passionate.
Go ahead.
There was a lot that was said.
Yeah.
There was I did want to touch on the payment thing. Like, there's like a whole argument that like women are gold diggers, but if you really think about it, if you're a man and you have a daughter, you want her to pick the best possible suitor, and that also includes long-term financial stability. So that portion, it's like there's a couple of things that guys should look at, in my opinion, which is you should care about your looks, which is like hygiene and exercising is a part of that. Your finances should be in order. You should be either charismatic or there's another one, or steady. But there's like a bunch of different things, and out of those things, if you're probably with one of them, then you kind of understand where you are on the dating pool. And it's the same thing for women. That's why women, like, yeah, there's a lot of women that don't know how to cook, but there's also a lot of women that do know how to cook or have learned because they want to be a good partner that way someday. Like it's kind of like a tally that you bring up and you understand where you are and what you can date.
By the way, just so men understand who we're talking to, I need you guys to, if you want to give out what your nationality is, how you were brought up. Did you have a mom and dad in the home? Were there two parents? Or can you kind of give them a little background on that? Yeah, go ahead, Nova.
Okay, so my grandparents raised me, but I was also adopted by them, and I'm a preacher's kid, so 2-parent home. I was not a partier or did any of that stuff. I just went into like the entertainment industry and started getting into professional dance and acting and music and stuff like that. So I never really did all that weirdo stuff that you see a lot today. What's the other question? And then I went into business and owned my own business forever.
Okay. And then Anna, how did you grow up? Did you have a single parent home, or did you have two people in the house? How did you grow up?
Both of my parents, and then they divorced when at a later age, and then they had my sister later on when I was 19. So it was funny. Yeah, I'm Mexican, mainly Mexican, Argentine, Slovakian, and I grew up in LA.
Okay.
And I had multiple businesses, and then I closed them all up, and I moved to Miami.
Oh, ethnicity. Oh, you want my ethnicity? Okay, so I'm very European, and then the other side is from Spain.
All right.
Okay.
I'm going to ask this question. I ask it. I know your answers will be different, but 95% of the women I asked had a different response. And the question was, would you rather be the mistress to a king or the wife of a peasant? The peasant doesn't cheat, and the king is the king.
Do we answer now?
Yeah.
Oh, the wife.
Of
The peasant?
Yeah,
or the king?
you said the mistress to the king, not the wife.
Correct.
So the wife to the peasant.
Really? You
Yeah.
gotta follow that up with why.
I'm too territorial.
Same. That's because we're Latin. we own you. we want to own your members. Okay. All right. So to reestablish, because self wants me to say half Cuban, but it goes all the way into Spain. Okay. But I would rather be the peasant's wife, and I've already done the peasant thing. Thank you. So I have a history. There you go.
Everybody in this room is going to call Cap because this is not the normal answer. I'm telling you right now, you two are anomalies compared to any other women they have heard in our community. You guys are anomalies.
Here's the thing, though, is that we're anomalies because usually women of our age aren't even fucking around here unless they're trailer trash. That's
true. That's probably true. Yeah.
Number two, we're both over 30 and have our shit pretty much together.
Yeah.
So when you say you're giving me a peasant, then okay, so I'll make money and then I'll force you to work so that we can make money together and not be peasants.
Oh, don't do that.
Like,
see, that's what happens.
But
and
that's
a woman wants to change the man already. You already came into it saying
how
I can make that peasant.
Like a peasant. Do I look like I want to live like a peasant?
I don't want to live like a peasant, no.
But I'm saying what happens is what you almost said. I think I can turn that peasant into a king. That's where they go.
It's not turning him into a king. I'm just not going to be poor.
So you're going to earn the money for the both of you.
I didn't work. So yeah, that's the whole fucking point, bro.
But here's the thing. These guys are not used to hearing a woman saying, I will earn the money even if you're a peasant.
You guys are not used to hearing a woman say that. In my age group and around the women I'm around, it's pretty common where it's not like, oh, I'm dating a man with means because I have means. It's not I'm dating a man of means to get me out of poverty.
And the reason I don't call Cap on that. Go ahead, Nova.
For me, I think we both should be making each other better. Like I don't want to live like that. I grew up, my dad was the third largest pallet and cat, what do you call that, equipment on the West Coast for a long time. And then he lost his entire business. And then here I come along on the other side. Okay, so I don't want to be poor. All right. But I think we should be making each other better and grow together, because there's nothing worse than not having two nickels to rub together. All right. Like nobody likes to be poor.
To touch on that, there's nothing worse than being miserable in a relationship.
Yes.
Finances is the number one offender when you talk to couples of why they break up or why they break a marriage. They talk about finances being a huge stressor. So
then sex.
And that's a part of it.
Yeah.
It puts stress on everything. So why on earth would I want to stay a beggar? I can be with one and then we can transform our lives. But there's absolutely no possibility that I'm going to stay that way. Either we're going to get a divorce, or we're not going to stay together, or he's going to be a house husband, or something's going to happen.
Oh, you are out of control.
Well,
But usually, no, because usually what happens
why would
is
any human being want to live in poverty and stay that way and not utilize their means? I've spent so much money on my fucking knowledge to be able to do what I do so that I'm
you
not
said this
poor.
right.
So
Passport Diesel says they complaining about romance, but they want money. You can't make this shit up. I think I put
No,
shit.
that's his spin on what we're saying. That is not what we're saying. You want to live in a cardboard box? Not you guys. You guys in the audience. Do you want to live in a cardboard box and then say you're happy?
No, but
Yeah,
what
okay.
happens? But usually what happens
I
is
go with a cheating situation where like absolutely not. I'd rather go with the peasant. Is just the way we're also like absolutely not. I'm not going to stay a peasant.
But here, let me give you the reverse on that. See, let me give you two statements.
Go ahead.
A man meets a woman where she's at and loves her. A woman meets a man and always says, I can do better. That would be the same as me saying, you know what? I'm going to meet that fat woman and I'm going to make her thin.
No, because there's also women that
it's like I can't accept her fat. If I said that, you say, why can't you accept her fat? Or why can't you do that? I would say, I'm going to meet that fat girl, but we're going to go to the gym. I'm going to get her down to from 200 to 110.
That's a good thing, though.
I would never be with the fat woman. We just don't do that.
You did that whole fat movement of like being positive. It's okay to be like body positivity. Lord knows I fucking have that now. But it's not okay to be so heavy set that it's affecting your health.
So then why do women lie to other women that are fat and say, oh, girl, you look great? And you know damn well she needs to be in the damn gym.
Because they want to keep them where they're at with them. Because misery loves company.
I was just going to say people don't want to say mean things too. Women are like,
yeah, that's true.
You have to remember, no, but you and I had issues with women, but we're rough around the edges. We have to be, even us, we have to be soft with them because we're too direct. And it's the same thing with men. Men can't, like, women are soft. Like, what do you want me to say? And like, yeah.
You want shit sugar coated, and I hate doing that.
You don't have to sugarcoat.
I know Anna hates it too, but we work on it.
Anything in this room at all. By the way, let me read these super chats real quick. The Globe Spinner says wealthy men go silent or private on social media. You agree or not?
Yes.
Yeah, probably yes.
It's at least private.
And then here's a running joke. True Prodigy again. Thank you for the $2 super chat. He says, "What if the peasants got a small wee wee?
Oh my goodness!
Are you still marrying him? Can love circumvent the small wee wee?
I think that shit, man.
Damn, now it's a harder choice, huh?
How small are we talking?
What happened to all those ethics? Wait.
Are we talking like
wait.
much? Like what are we
what
talking?
Happened to all those ethics and morals and all the greater good things?
Answer. That's why this is a thoughtful answer because we're not going to lie about it. So what's the size? Like, what size would we be talking?
Yeah, I didn't know we had to break it down.
Diagram.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
Absolutely, you have to break it down to the size.
Oh my goodness. Well, True Prodigy, you got to follow that up with the size, sir.
Let me read this from Darnell.
I got something dignified up in here.
Thanks for the super chat, Darnell Elliott, with the $10 super chat. He says, "These women be capping. Hard to listen closely. The truth is slowly coming out. In reality, they have no issues being the mistress of a king. They won't want to say that." And to follow up, the reason I asked that question is,
what question?
When I take someone like Future, when I take someone like Nick Cannon, when I take someone even like Elon Musk, all of them have multiple women, multiple children. And so let's take Nick Cannon. I don't know how many girls he got pregnant. Just say 10.
Dude, he's got like 20.
Let's go with 10. After, like, when you're girl number 4, you got to know that, okay, he didn't take care of the first 3. Now what's up? So what happened with girl number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? So why they are becoming the mistress to the king. And a lot of women would choose that to say,
Yeah.
You know, if that wasn't the case, why is it that women are fine dating married men? We see
Those
that all the time.
those kind of women are empty inside and have a lot of shit going on. That's
They'll
number,
settle for anything.
yeah, it's
They've
that's
always
like
been around.
it's like, so I like to look at it as like, actually the best way I can explain it is like self-mutilation. You have people that like have psychological issues and they harm themselves, right?
Yeah.
This is the exact same thing. These are women with psychological issues, and their form of harming themselves is lowering their value as low as possible. Like, you mean, like, if you really, women are emotional creatures. So for something like that to be okay with them and them not react like a normal female, it's a hormonal and it's a chemical imbalance within them. It's trauma. It's fucked up.
You know what happens? All of those women, just like you said, you can make that peasant into money. Every girl that gets with them says, "Oh, he'll be faithful for me. I can change him. I'll be the one that can change him." They always say, "I can make that man faithful," no matter how many times.
True
Fearless.
prodigy. We need a
Fearless.
number. Don't back out now. We need a number.
But you
Fearless.
These
can't,
ladies
had-
will answer. You just give them a number.
you can't date people that are like cheaters or active cheaters or
No.
engage in that kind of behavior. Like, if I date someone, they're not the kind, they don't have, even if they do have Instagram, it's like about books or fucking baking or some shit. Like, it's not, you can kind of like estimate what kind of a person you're dealing with based off of clues. You know what I mean?
Usually. So Fearless, I've had opportunities to date celebrity men
Were you?
and musicians, and I don't want to name names.
Oh man.
I never touched any of them. You know why? And one reason is herpes. That's one of the reasons. Like, you know, a lot of those guys, woo baby. You know, the gift that keeps on giving, you never get rid of it. So no, thank you. I don't really care. I'm not impressed with money and status. I've been around it. You know, so this is all getting into red pill stuff, honestly, and in the men's spaces. So what you're saying to me isn't anything I haven't been hearing. I just don't find it to be, it's just not reality. It's reality to guys who are in the upper echelons, you know, but not necessarily to everyday Joes or to regular people like us, you know?
So
Now,
right now-
they
We have
come
the
with
answer.
age.
Go ahead.
What?
Go ahead,
Go ahead,
go
Kunal.
ahead, BMT.
yeah, I'm just listening to all this. So it seems like everything kind of just boils down to maturity.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what I was going to ask.
that's exactly what it
Do
comes
you
down
feel
to.
that
Like,
way in your
you go
20s?
through a phase,
Yep.
then you realize, like, you know what, this is not, you know, I don't want this, so I want to settle down, find something more realistic. You know, then you find a guy, and the same thing for the guys. I think a lot of guys, they go through their phase where they want to bang everything they see, and it gets to the point where, you know what, hey, I want to chill.
I remember being in my 20s, dating was fucking awful for me. I hated it.
And me. It was
It-
horrible.
It was like the fucking
What
worst.
made it horrible?
The guy, it's the maturity level. So girls maybe at like 25 and older, we start to be like, oh, babies, marriage, da, 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 da. By that time it's like home run. But with men, you guys are delayed and still on your like fuckboy summer. And so a lot of times you, especially much like LA and Miami, you'll meet a lot of that. But as I've gotten older, like I'm 33 now, it is completely different now. Like, men are like chivalrous and like they pick you up and they ask you questions about yourself, and it's like, wait, what? This is, and it's
Now,
like
are they in your same age range? Or are they older or younger?
my age range and older.
Okay.
Max is like 42.
Okay, the answer to your question was how long was it? At the 4-inch wee wee. Are you okay with that? Are you marrying that?
Who's asking that question?
It was True Prodigy. It was a question based
Okay,
on
let me ask
her
let me
thing
ask
was,
him.
would you be chivalrous to marry a poor man because he's going to be loyal and y'all can grow together if he had a small wee wee? That was the question.
He better be good and bad. Let me ask him the question. How about a chick with small tits? Is he going to marry the chick
Oh,
with
we
the
can
small
buy you
tits?
new tits.
Yeah,
We can buy tits. We can buy tits all day long.
Perfect. I can
You'll
buy
Not
need
if
more
you're
than a
poor.
mouthful.
Not if you're
More
poor.
than a mouthful is a waste anyway.
rules. If that's about a part of the rule,
Hey,
No, I'm
hey,
saying,
fearless.
but we can wait. I have no problem with waste. I have no problem with waste. Extra is always
Waste?
better. I'm just saying. No, I'm saying if more than a
Man,
mouthful
he said this is waste.
sufficient. No, that's not. I'm
Those
saying
aren't
that-
wasted. No.
Those are.
no one's
Thanks,
No,
Ronan.
it's definitely not
And
wasted.
I didn't pay for him either.
Hey,
Natural. That's what
Yeah.
I'm talking about.
Milk does a body good. That's all I can say.
Pass it on. That's
Thank
right.
you.
Now, I can ask that question.
What you want to ask now?
I'm trying to stay
What?
good
What
a
is
little
it?
bit. No, I'm just let me read this super chat, man. Thank you,
Okay.
Darnell, for getting me out of there, man. Woo. Darnell Elliott, as a Lyft driver, man, well, how are we gonna land this plane? I pick up these women on weeknights. What women? I don't want to know what women. They date married men all the time. They complain and don't like it, but do it anyway. Don't believe me? Go to Talking Stick Resort. I think that's in Arizona, maybe Scottsdale, Arizona, where they're getting dropped off at.
Yeah.
So I guess he's saying he picks up a lot of married women and drop them off at the hotel for extracurricular activities.
He picks up the girls for it. It's like escorting, basically. And then that's what I keep saying about all of this like behavior that everyone's condemning already. The girls, like I was out, these girls were all throughout Hollywood and everything. It's like a dime a dozen. And you really behind the scenes, like I've known like one girl, only one girl that didn't cry like at night, but like the rest of the girls like were miserable. Like they were like, they either had one extreme of like party go, let's like have fun, or I'm miserable and my life is fucked up. So it's not like you're dealing with these normal people. And that's what I keep on trying to say. The normal women just like mind their own business. They're like nowhere to be found.
I think he's referencing. He's saying no married women dating. I mean, no women dating married men. I don't get what you're saying.
No,
Darnell.
yeah, what he's saying is the women
No,
are going to these places dating married men.
Well, shit, there's shit people everywhere, isn't there? I mean, shit people do shitty things, don't they? Like,
Yes.
seriously.
Yeah, but that's why I keep saying it's not like the
I
regular,
know.
you know what I mean?
I wanna
Yeah,
play a
most
few of
regular
these-
people stay to themselves. That's just a lack of having any morals or standards. And let's back the train up for just 1 second. Like, let's go back to the popper thing for just 1 second.
Mhm.
Like, look at all of the weirdo people in Walmart, you know, with their pants around halfway down their ass, and they're wearing weirdo pajamas and stuff, and they're fat or skinny, and they're still happy together. So, I mean, there's an
Agree.
ass for every seat somewhere.
I agree. I think a lot of men, and again, this is my pushback towards the men. A lot of you guys are not realistic. You know, water seeks his own level, and I think a lot of guys are as delusional as women are when it comes to like finding the right person for them. So, get off of TikTok, Instagram, go out there and actually talk to people. You could probably find your match. If you're constantly just relying on social media and going based on what other talking points are actually utilizing to make a case, you're not going to find anything. I think the problem is just like go and just mingle. Like people don't realize how important it is just to go outside and be around people.
It is.
Talk.
It's extremely important.
BMT, I don't want to just go against you, but I got to, brother. You living in an age that doesn't exist anymore. I've gone to the clubs, and you know what I've seen? I'm gonna tell you what I've seen. I don't see guys.
See, I don't go to clubs. I go to lounges. I go to lounges.
Even when I go to lounges, you know what I see? I see women in one corner doing this, and I see men somewhere else.
What's the age group though?
They go to, and these are in their 30s. These are women who go into the club in a sense to meet a man, and when the man approaches them, they're too busy on social media. They don't want to talk to him.
If a woman is still at a nightclub regularly in their 30s, then that's again not the place to be looking.
You're in the wrong place. Go to church.
I mean, honestly, look, let me say this.
Church. Oh Lord.
Go to a country club.
Like there's girls who go to like there's like bookstores with like bars in them. There's pottery classes. These are the things that girls are doing. Like we're going to pottery class. We're going to books and getting drunk there. We're going to
it's not even that. Like here in Atlanta, like here in Atlanta, there's a shitload of festivals.
Go to a festival.
That was my way of meeting people back in Miami. When I lived in Miami, I met people like that. When I lived in Chicago, I met people that way. Even here in Atlanta, you can still go out and meet people. It's not as difficult as everyone think it is. Not everyone's glued to their phone like that. It's just you guys going based on what you see on social media, but do you actually go out and see that happening?
I've gone out and see that. That's why I was like, this is crazy.
Yeah, but those
like there's no one.
too.
That's like they're just in their own. You know, we used to have a dance floor so that we could dance.
Yeah,
It was
but
like,
they
you know,
don't
yeah.
do that
Now it's
anymore.
women dancing with women and men just watching.
But clubs don't do. The clubs are dead right now. Like it's
Yeah.
an era of being dead. So everyone is out doing shit, and that's why I'm saying lounges are out, clubs are out. Everyone is doing things again. So you do have to go out and like find a niche of whatever you're interested in.
Thank
They're
you.
dead.
Take a ballroom class or something.
They've been dead since like 2020.
Oh, here in Texas, they have singles night at the gun range.
Oh
Get
my
you a girl
goodness.
that can shoot.
Better not be cheating on her though. She turned that gun right.
They got gun range
Go.
singles meetings, man. I'm like, that's crazy to me.
There you
Don't
go.
piss her up. You know she gonna shoot the hell out you.
And like there's a bunch of places that do ladies' nights things. Go there. Like that's where we flock to because it's cheap.
Yeah, some lounges are okay.
Y'all looking
Festivals.
for a good bargain
yeah.
anytime until it comes out of our wallets, right?
What?
Then the bargain don't matter.
I think we need to get back to the topic. Red pill's over.
And
It's going left.
so I do want to. This is what I was going to play. I want to play this because I think this emphasizes where there is a disconnect with someone who is, in a sense, popular and in reality, and a red pill. So this is Waka Flocka when he went on to Fresh and Fit.
Types of therapies depending on what kind of traumas you go through. There's complex PTSD, which has occurred over a long period of time, and then there's PTSD.
Hold on. How about we just say people are stupid?
Yes.
How about that? Like, bro, like, yo, we got to get away from like giving people, you know, outs for being retarded. The only reason she was able to come on the pod and say the ridiculous things she was saying with her dumbass friend is because we don't tell people they're stupid anymore. We need to go back to bullying people, letting them know, no, that's not really how the world works. You sound dumb. Change your way of thinking.
Hey, I'm sorry, I disagree, bro. I'm gonna be honest, nigga. I'm a real nigga, and I would never make a woman. I don't give a fuck
100%.
what you say.
Hold some
King,
space.
I'm respecting you on your show, nigga. That's wrong.
That
I
is
disagree.
wrong.
Of course, because you got an opinion. I'm a real nigga.
Okay, that's cool.
I'm telling you right now, I don't give a fuck what she said. I'm different from you. I would have never let her get up my skin.
I play that because what happens is you have Fresh and Fit doing these one-liners. I got to interrupt women. She's stupid. She's this. And then you have a person who says, I'm real. I date women. A lot of people that watch Fresh and Fit don't date the women. They only there to berate the women. And that's where the red pill has gone. If you put someone like me and Black Man Travels, even though we talk smack here, if you put us out there, we would run through those men every time.
Yeah.
Because they look at it, they've lost the finesse, the romance, that to be able to just come up and just, you know, talk to a woman. They can't do that anymore. All they know how to do is berate. And that show was saying a guy who has been in the trenches was like, what are you doing, man? How do you get women by talking down to them all the time?
I never understood that.
Yeah, I used
never
to look at
understood
the girl who was the, you know, if there was a girl in a group, there was a 10, I'd befriend the girl who was a 6. Because that girl who's 6 is going to get me that 10. She's going to make sure that I talk to her because she's going to talk about me all the time. Those guys just lost the whole romance way. And we've talked about it on our show. We said, we used to make love to like Babyface and the romance. You know, you put on some slow music.
Man,
I was
we
like, what
used
are
to-
they making love to now? I like hip hop. You know, how do you do that?
Trap music, boy. Trap music. Crazy
Electric
trap music, boy.
music of some kind.
Yeah, we used to have those baby making tapes that
Yeah,
we
Luther
just cut up.
Vandross,
Yeah, we
Sade.
have a
Brian
list of
McKnight,
songs,
Boys to Man.
on a playlist. We used to have playlists of songs that we would just play. Real quick, I wanted to read True Prodigy. He's a younger man and he's trying to encourage a lot of men to go out and talk to women. So that's his platform. He says a lot of guys my age and younger need 4 drinks before they can get the courage to talk to a woman in the nightclubs from what I see. And this is him actually being out in the field and actually talking to women. Actually, recently, he's filmed several different content of him actually talking to women in the club, in the gym, and so on. So what do you guys have to say about that?
I mean, my son is 21 years old, college kid, senior year now. I mean, granted, he's 6'5", 275, so it's
He's
like
above
he's a big
average.
guy.
Yeah. 6'4"
Cool.
better. You're done.
he has no problem. He's like the big Cuddy Bear, man. It's just like I go visit, you know, I go out there to his campus and visit him, and I'm like, man, you know a lot of women. It's like, yeah,
No shit.
he's just like, yeah,
Anything
it's like,
above 6'4", it's over. They're done.
I mean, it's not even that. He has a very outgoing personality. Besides being a damn defensive tackle, he has a great personality, and it's just like people just say what's up to him, men and women. So it's just like sometimes, man, work what you got and just try to mingle. I think some people fail to realize the importance of smiling, talking to people, just being nice. Like whatever happened to just doing that. Now, I'm not saying to become a sucker, but just like show some type of personality. Show the world who you are. Like for me, when I go out, I can still smile. I can still be friendly. I don't think anyone's gonna be that stupid to try to you know push me over. No, but it's just like I'm still gonna be me, and by me being me, again, maybe because my sales and marketing background, I'm forced to talk to people.
So most of us on this panel have been in sales in some way or fashion, so we kind of have that extra training beside being brought up in a generation where you had that pen and that piece of paper and that's all you had. There was no internet. You could only get the best looking chick in your city, your county, or the state. And that's about your reach that you had based on how you met her. You know, now it's so international and so free flowing with the internet. It gives a lot of leeway to a lot of guys to be disillusioned on what they're looking at and whether they are actually able to get that type of woman. Real quick before you go in, Anna, because I know you're about to. Educated Tyrone, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Nova's trying to impress me, but is she even single? You want to answer that, Nova?
I'm not trying to date him, and I know him. He's been in lots of the chats that I've been. I know you.
Damn, Educated Tyrone. You got a reputation,
honey. I'm taken right now. Anyways, let's hone it back in on Fresh and Fit. So, you know, they are just the modern day shock jocks. That's all it is. And so they get on these dumb girls, you know, and then they just want to be as outlandish and as cruel and mean as they possibly can. And then they attract the type of audience that they want. And then, you know, they start making the money. It's about making the money. It's not really about the integrity of the content. It has nothing to do with that. And in all honesty, the guy's a homosexual.
Yeah.
He's a full
Alphabet crew. Hold up now. Wait a minute. Are you saying the leader of the free world red pill is part of the alphabet community?
You heard
so
me.
All these regular men incels that are following this red pill guy are following the edicts of a person that doesn't really believe in what he's teaching?
Yes, exactly. They want your money. And they want to keep you where you're at, and they want to keep you without women, and they want to tell you stuff that doesn't really work. So
if I had a bomb sound, I would be.
And they're homosexuals. Yeah.
I got a question for you, Nova, and this is pointed at American Live. Before we came on, you seen the intro that Ronan had done showing dinosaurs, Neanderthals. Well, we had a show, and the question was, are we Neanderthals? Or because our thought, in a sense, is just how you would think. Men should be chivalrous. We should be traditional. We should be masculine. That's how our thinking is. And like the American Live guy, he called us Neanderthals, knuckle draggers and things like that. So this is a man telling another man that way of thinking is past. That way of thinking to say, hey, you know, I want to raise a woman right. They think, oh, you know, girls have to go. There's no problem. Go through a whole phase. Go have sex as much as you want, and then later on, you know, take other guys' money. All of this, and then when it comes down to a man trying to be more traditional, we are shunned. So can you help me out with that? Because that's what happens if we get shunned.
He's actually
by
in
women.
the room, and I think he asked you a question, but I can't see what it is. Oh, there he is.
It's up where he said, what did he say? Yeah, Dino.
Troglodyte.
I guess that's some kind of dinosaur.
Yeah, Dino Troglodyte speak.
So, can you help us out?
America?
Because if you're a man and you try to be that traditional type man, not the fresh and fit, not the red pillar, you're either called a simp,
a man with standards that
or you have standards. You know, it doesn't go back anymore. So help us out with that. How do you?
I hate all that terminology. I hate the simp terminology. I hate all this verbiage. I'm going to tell you right now, I don't believe in any of that stuff because at the end of the day, we both simp for each other. We do. I mean, and I hate that term. God only knows. You want to be traditional, then you have to go where you're going to find traditional women.
And
Is there
where would that
something
be?
wrong with
Where would that be? Where would that be specifically? Where do you
and
think
define
that
a
would be?
traditional woman for me, please?
Yes.
Traditional women like me, women like Anna. Like, I can cook from scratch. I can make bread if I needed to. I mean, I make my own gravies, my own sauces. I can make a prime rib, whatever the hell you want, honey. I know how to make it.
Yeah.
Fried
So
chicken
does that make you weak?
like I could do all of that stuff. But
Yeah.
traditional women, they have to have the same. They have to have the same moral code and the same vision of the future, right?
Oh,
Well, you're
I
gonna
brought
find-
up morals and ethics a while ago on a couple different panels.
Yeah.
didn't I?
Yeah.
But
Go to
Phyllis Roland, I mean,
country
this whole simp thing. Women don't call men simp. It's men call other men simp.
Oh, woman's not going to shame a simp
Shaming
for
you. You're
giving
shaming
up.
each other.
No, but
I
it's
would shame a
but
simp.
guys, wait, hold up. But let's just keep it real. Guys shame other guys for doing things like that.
Is it shame or accountability? Let's be clear.
It's shame to me.
Shame. Men
Yeah.
shame other men just being a gentleman, doing something
Yes.
nice for a woman.
Yes.
We
Yeah,
talk
that-
about this so many
do that.
times.
Can I be
wouldn't do
blunt?
that.
Can I be
Go ahead,
blunt?
be as blunt as you want.
They're your cock blockers. They're your competition.
She said that.
I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong? I apologize.
No,
Ronan, I'm
no,
sorry.
you say it. What you mean?
Oh,
say
okay.
anything
I
here.
wasn't because I don't want to get in.
No, no, no. You crack the whip again. Shoot.
Police,
Wake everybody up.
Okay. They're your competition, and so are all these homos who are, pretending to be on the straight and the narrow. They are blocking you and pretending to be in the game when they are your competition, and they also want access to you. Like, Anna, you are on Fresh and Fit. Elaborate. I'm right about that. I've done a whole series on my own station, and it shows footage of him. Okay, go ahead, Anna.
Well, I don't know if they're homosexual or not, but like a lot of them are. Like the red pill guys, you know what I mean? They're like, it keeps on coming.
Myron and stuff. Yes.
Like Destiny and you know what I mean?
Do you want to drop your Cash App in the back? Because you got some guys that might want to drop you guys some money here. I don't know.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm gonna use it for food and for
Cash App for
camera. I
food.
need a new camera.
Yeah,
Well,
looks like American
Here,
Live is
give it to
simply-
me in your private chat, and then I can drop it in the room for you.
And we have some newcomers to the chat and to watching this.
Thank you. I appreciate that, gentlemen.
And Vernon is asking a dumb question, he says, but not dumb. He's trying to catch up. Can you help define what the red pill is again for anyone who may have come late?
Me or Anna?
Whomever would like to define. What the red pill is.
It's the new feminism wave for men.
Oh,
it's the dark triad nature, and it's all on Homeland Security. Buyer beware. Don't even touch it.
It's hot.
It's hot. Don't even touch it.
I think it's just the man bitching movement. That's all.
But it didn't start like that. I think
No, it didn't
how
start like that. It has
how
become that
started,
way.
So to help you out, Vernon, how it started was, in a sense, if you watch the movie The Matrix, it was a way, if you took the red pill, to open you up to what the truth was. And what they're saying the truth is, as a man, you have to be more masculine. You have to understand that women are hypergamous, which means they want to date up. And so that means as a man, you need to physically be stronger, monetarily get yourself up. So those were the things that they were saying. But then it turned into, I kind of just don't like women because they don't talk to me.
Well, it's they are also hypergamous. Like when they're trading up their first wife for the next one, for whoever they think is hotter, or getting the mistress. How are they not hypergamous? They're hypocrites.
I think we are hypergamous, man.
Yeah, people are hypergamous and by nature. I hate that term too, by the way, but it is what it is. I'll roll with it.
So my question is, we hold men accountable in our group. Are you holding the women accountable in your sectors of it? So do you hold those same women that, who may go on foodie dates, who do, certain things? You would consider that? And how do you hold them accountable? And that's also a question for you, Anna.
I've had several women who were doing stuff like that or neglecting their kids at home, and I tell them to keep their ass at home and be mothers. You know,
Ooh.
straight up. I don't mince any words. This is how I really am. You know.
No, so are you saying that I would not? Let me choose my words carefully. That there are that there are, in a sense, maybe some type of traditional roles. Not saying a man can't stay at home, but maybe there's some traditional roles where a woman could be a mother and a father can be a father.
Yeah, of course there's traditional roles.
Okay.
You're never going to get away from what we actually are and what we actually do. Women produce babies. Women are mothers. That's just how it is, right?
Sacrilege. You're sacrilege.
A damn straight, baby. I'll always be sacrilege.
And I only say that because we've been in groups or had people on where it's hard to define what a woman is, and there is no accountability for women's space. It is, they can basically say or do anything, and everything becomes the man's issue or man's problem. So that's why I'm just asking you that question.
Okay. Well, then that comes down to individuals not having any introspection and people who are narcissists, you know, like seriously. Have introspection, deal with your issues, take care of it, move on, better yourself, men and women.
Anna?
One more time the question.
Man, I forgot the question now.
Thank God. Me
I
too.
think you're getting out of it. Oh, no. Do you hold your friends accountable?
Oh,
So-
no. Because I don't have friends like that.
So have you ever seen your girls like, hey, let's go to the VIP and get some drinks
No.
and we're all going home, or whatever the case may be?
No.
Okay,
You know
that's
what?
good.
I have a question for you, Fearless.
All
Do you
right.
hold your friends accountable when they have a good woman and they go out there and cheat on their good woman?
Do I hold? I don't think any of my men.
Woo, that's a
Wait a
good
minute. Why are you pausing?
Damn.
Why are you pausing?
Let me pass him the whip for this one.
All right, no, let me
damn.
think. I gotta think about I gotta think about my married friends. So
Yeah. Please tell.
I'd say no. When we say accountable, what would be accountable being?
I mean, you know, all right, okay.
I might say something to them like, "Hey, you got a good woman at home, man. Ain't no need to go out there." I might do that. I don't think that I would be like disfriending them. I have not disfriended a guy for that. But what I may do is distance myself from there, because what happens is I might start to be associated with that behavior, and I don't want to be associated with that behavior. Or I try to lead by example and say, hey, this is how you should do it. So that's what I've tried to do. But a lot of my friends, they don't really tell me they cheat. So that's why I'm having a difficult time answering the question. I haven't had guys that say, hey, I'm married and I'm just going to cheat. And I know that my friends hold me accountable. Even when I say something, I said something, I can't repeat it now, Ronan, but we talked before earlier, and you're like, hey.
Yeah, I know
that.
what you're talking about.
Yes. So, even when I say something in jest, my friends hold me accountable, which I have no problem.
Yeah, and I was looking at you like, yo, man, you cut that shit out.
But I told you what I say. I said, hey, I can't even do that. I said, I don't even cross the line.
Right.
I don't even put myself in that situation. But what I have found, and sometimes the reason I don't do that is because it's sad. Guys can get more sensitive than women when you do that. When you try to say, hey man, you shouldn't be doing that, they get a little more sensitive. They feel that you're taking shots at them. When you try to say, man, you got a good woman, especially when you see a man that has a good woman. I've said something to him like, bro, you got a good woman. You're going to mess up. She's going to leave you. And just don't come crying to me when that happens.
Okay.
So do you hold your friends accountable, or, and hey, I would say if Paul Minor is in here, Paul Minor holds you accountable endlessly. So, I don't know if you would call him a Milner. Man, I messed his name up. Paul Milner holds you accountable endlessly, even though you wouldn't be friends to him.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, well, dating and marriage, my wife knew exactly what I was doing. So there's no accountability there. Typically with my friends, if I know like, hey, bro, you got something good, man, don't do it. And it's like, don't travel with me, don't do this with me, because again, I don't want to be caught around that. So normally my close friends, they don't do that around me. But if I were to see it, I would say, hey, I don't think that'd be a good thing for you to do. But I think a lot of guys, we don't check our friends. You know, sometimes we just turn a blind eye, similar to what women do.
So American Live says, fearless, I guess to anyone, would you punch me in the face if I snitched on you cheating? Well, no. One thing is I travel solo. So anytime if I were to ever do anything dirt, I do things by myself. I've learned that I can't, you can't trust people with any kind of secrets. So I don't do anything around other people. You know, that's not me. But, you know, if I get caught doing something, that's my fault. I can't be mad at you. You know, I shouldn't have been in that situation. Don't put yourself in that situation.
For the gentleman at the bottom, Blackman Travels, you get women, don't you? Because I can tell. Anna, don't you think he does? I think he.
Oh
I think
my God! Don't blow
quite
his head up.
good at it back
Don't
in the
blow
day.
his head up any more than it needs to be blown up, man. Don't do it. Don't give him that, Nova. Don't do that. Don't blow his head up any more than he needs to.
No.
Just a little grease and he can fit through the door. Don't worry.
I mean, you know,
Here it goes. Here we go.
I get some opportunities here and there. You know what I mean? So it's all good. But now, honestly, I'm happily married. You know, blessed. Good. And I'm good. But I mean,
real quick, go ahead. Sorry, I thought you.
No, but I mean, as far as like, it's a lot of beautiful people out there, and I'm very friendly. I like to talk. So sometimes it probably give off the wrong energy that I may show interest, but that's not the case. But no, I come back home.
Okay.
I do have a question for the panel. I got a question.
Can we get this $5 super chat up for
GMT Travels, the $5 super chat. Women call each other pick me. And do you guys know what that term is?
I do.
Okay. The female version of sense. Fresh and fit don't define red pill. Red pill is the truth, and the truth shall set you free. Y'all just applying it to dating. So can you address what he says? Is the red pill just not applied to dating? How is that done?
I mean, if you're going to apply it to dating, how is your dating? I mean, most of them aren't getting very good results.
Trust me.
So I'm gonna say this. I'm weird.
It's dead.
Where like I nerd out on things. That's how I ended up here on this side of the sector. And it makes me sometimes feel like an alien because I could just like spew out a bunch of random facts for no reason, and you're just like, chill. I have to kind of learn how to human, right? If I don't do that and understand how other people work and how they understand things in order to communicate better and more effectively to be understood, then that's on me. And it's the same thing for men. There's a totem pole, and it's kind of like survival of the fittest right now. So whether it's red pill, black pill, whatever pill you're taking, it's there's a window of dating that you can do to find a partner. And as that window closes, it becomes harder and harder to find that ideal kind of partner you're looking for. So I really think it's just everyone needs to take kind of like a reality check and like assess things accordingly. Like, for example, you asked earlier if I hold my friends accountable doing that kind of stuff. I don't have those kinds of friends because that's not conducive for me. Like birds together flock together. So if she's doing that around me and I okay that behavior, then some other kind of fuck shit's bound to be happening. Like
you're known by the company you keep. Yeah.
Yeah. Like if you have someone that's like cheating on their spouse, especially regularly, they're kind of a POS and they're going to screw you over as well. It's at a certain point. It's like law. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I want to play this quick video, and then I want to address.
Can I
it
say
real-
something
Oh,
before
yes,
you do?
yes,
It's just really
absolutely.
quick. It's you can't analyze and talk your way into the panties. You know, red pill, it's dead. It's not yielding the results. It's flagged for Homeland Security, gentlemen. There's obviously something wrong. So
And that's what I want to address.
What's
Let me
wrong with
play
you?
this.
I'm
Oh.
sorry. I didn't mean to have that outburst. I'm sorry. I thought I saw something on the screen. Why would you
Oh.
do that?
I don't know what it was, but let me play this and we'll address it. Just a few minutes of it.
That's something that both of us have spent a little bit of time orbiting in one form or another, either you debating it or me getting abused by it. What do you think's happening with the red pill at the moment?
Yeah, I think most stuff has probably a 2 to 4 year shelf life for internet content, and I think it kind of came and it kind of went. Andrew Tate and the pre-trial or pre-indictment imprisonment probably hurt a bit because it took away a lot of the publicity. I think that the nature of the conversations for the red pill stuff I think was really bad. I think the content strategy from a lot of the red pillars I think was very subpar.
How so?
For me, the way that I've stayed fresh and relevant for 15 years of content creation is because I'm always finding new stuff to talk about or a new angle to kind of hit something from, or I'm kind of moving on with contemporary events. I feel like for red pill stuff, I feel like I could have written the script for those shows after being on 2 of them, to where it's okay, guys, today we're going to talk about, does body count matter? Do guys value you for the amount of money that you make? Do women fuck over men in divorce? Are men lonely because they're simps? It was the same topics for over a year. Such.
Now, the reason I brought that up, the reason I brought that up, you can say that it's dying, but Fresh and Fit at one time was one of the most popular shows
during the pandemic, when everyone was forced to be home and watch that shit.
Still after that, Andrew Tate was very popular after that. So my question is, if it was so bad, why was it so popular? Because there had to be some kind of disconnect, because if I'm saying something to men that isn't true, they won't listen. So somewhere there had to be some truth in what they were saying. So my question to the women are, if the red pill was so bad, why was it so popular?
Hannah, you want to go first?
Sure. Your question doesn't make sense, foundationally, meaning if it doesn't make sense, why was it so popular? Something could not make sense and be extremely popular. You look at products that we purchase all the time, it's retarded sometimes. There's no rhyme or reason. So one doesn't account for the other, but it did become popular because there has been an epidemic. And this is where I nerded out on, because I was like, why is this so fucked up? And if you actually go in through the history, it's like marketing. There was a gap in the market of fathers. It's kind of fucked up. So since the no-fault divorce started, they obviously started to have more divorces, but from that we started to have single mother homes primarily, and that's how the laws were for a very, 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 very long time. And so you basically have generations upon generations of trauma and emotional damage, if you will. And when you look at the after effects, 80% of incarcerated men for violent acts, especially towards women, but that does include theft, arson, whatever, or it includes anything of that caliber. 80% of them come from single mother households. And there's a very small percentage, I think it's 3 or 10%, that come from single father house homes. And I'm not saying that single father house homes are better than single mothers. I'm saying together is the best. But it does kind of make a lot of sense to how we got here. We have a lot of these kids that didn't have any father figures for generations, not knowing how to talk to a woman, not knowing how to change a tire, not knowing the right side of the street to walk on, not knowing men stuff that men go through when growing up. And so Tate and all of these guys were basically America's father figure for a couple years. And while they did say some outlandish shit that was what the fuck, bro, they also tried to give manly advice when they both started, at least from what I saw. And it was like talking about growing up without a father, whether he unalived or like just wasn't there. They talked about those things. So that's how they got into the market and what happened. There was a gap.
And in other words, they were targeting men's rage.
Yeah.
But my question is, why
they're
was there a
putting
men's
point
rage?
on it and shining a light. Say that again. I'm sorry.
Why was there a man's rage?
Because single parent house homes.
See, nobody wants to acknowledge that. Every time I bring it up, nobody wants to acknowledge it.
Well, I mean, the statistics, I just explained them all for that reason. It's not like, I mean, I do actually like explaining them. But if you explain them the way that I did, there's no negating it. It's like, it is what it is. Here's the math. It sucks. But
The reason there is negating it, because if you ask a woman why there's a single parent household, she'll blame the man.
Right. Because we've been all conditioned to think that there's a patriarchy that we're fighting, or conditioned to believe that all men are garbage, or conditioned. It's a lot of conditioning that's been happening through TV shows, through music, through, I mean, you guys remember, you guys talked about it earlier, the music that you guys used to play for women was so much more romantic and like kind and loving. The music that they play now is like ratchet as fuck, like on both sides.
It's trash.
On both sides, like women's music primarily, a lot of it is like F you, you cheated on me, or I make that man, blah, 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 blah. Men's fucking music is the same garbage, if not
I knew
messaging.
I knew Trippy Cat would bring this one up. Wow.
If not worse. I love that song. That's the worst part, right? But it is what it is. It's a lot of fucking conditioning. Like if you ask all of the women about Cinderella and what that represents, a lot of them talk about giving their power away or whatever, being rescued by a prince. They don't fucking remember. She didn't even give a shit about the dude. She was going to the ball. Her whole MO was going to the ball, but
having that one moment.
Yeah, but women
being a girl and feeling feminine.
And women have been brainwashed to believe about being rescued by a man. Like, it's fucking weird, man. It's like the Twilight Zone.
That just blew my mind. What you just said right there.
But also too, I think, would you say social conditioning played a role?
Yes. That's what I mean. That's a part of it too. All like I say this too, like women, we're conditioned to be like someone's always going to be there for you. Like something will always work out. A guy will always be there for you. You can be anything, do anything, go to astronaut, right? Then you don't deserve anything. You have to work for everything you get. You have to like beat your way through life. It will fuck you over. No one's ever going to.
We're pre-programming a victimhood mindset. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's
rage.
Right, and that's a lot. You get a much broader picture of and an understanding of what's been happening. Like it's like paralyzing. It becomes really paralyzing, and so you're having a whole generation of guys that are just paralyzed, and they think that like
that's pretty much what an incel is. He's paralyzed in his basement.
Exactly, because and this is why though. And then you haven't even fucking talked about the hormones. I had a doctor on my show that specializes in hormone therapy, and she said the issue that they're seeing in kids today, just from the 80s, you had regular hormones still. They were larger than needed, but they were functioning. Now the women have estrogen that's so fat, it's moving very slowly and doesn't communicate to the rest of the body. Men have testosterone that's so small that it's not sending the messages clearly. And so you have a whole bunch of kids not identifying with a sex, and we have the science to understand why, but no one's talking about it.
I agree.
Darnell is coming back with a vengeance. He's got an argument with y'all for some reason. I don't know what Darnell, thank you for the $20 super chat. Okay, I disagree. Red pill is not dead. Like Phoenix from the ashes, it will rise again. Every moment has a decline. Nationalism, Marxism, feminism, the triple Ks, they never died, but lay dormant until a catalyst causes it to combust. Damn, are you getting philosophical?
Or it just dies. And like
we say die, but when I look at some of the shows, some of the people who are very popular,
Uh-huh.
like not just like the regular women, some of the women who are popular would go along the same talking points that these men are against. Example, I need a man to pay all my bills. He has to pay everything. I don't go out if my date is,
But that's a small.
we
That's a small.
but we had the
percentage,
thing
though,
with the
man.
Cheesecake Factory where they had a whole. You posted on your Facebook.
Yeah, I
These
know,
are
but
the 25 restaurants I refuse to go to on a first date.
but she's broke. It's just like we're like we literally allowing a small minority of people to have the biggest voices when they really don't matter.
Thank you.
But
It's
you
all
say
over
it
the
doesn't matter. But what happens is that
Because it's viral.
influences everyone.
Yes, so does
So the people you don't think that it influence,
so does making money and being like, no, I don't mess with broke women. Like, there's a lot of different things that influence, and we can't just like talk about how it's influencing. We have to be real and acknowledge, like, yeah, there are some people like that, and this is why the clubs are dead. Red pill is dead. Clubs are dead. Do you see a pattern? Like, track out. We're going more into philosophical and like real and genuine.
Conservative.
People want to go touch fucking trees now. Like,
Grass.
Which is a good thing. They need to get outside.
yeah, it's, you remember in the 90s when Pamela and Kid Rock were like super hot and they're like the cool thing?
Yeah.
And then like in the 2000s they were a joke?
Yeah, I do.
What's happening?
Was there.
They're right there, except now it's fresh
I
and
mean,
fit.
you dug deep. You dug deep for that example. I mean, God.
Hey, Fearless, going back to that video you just played with that content creator that highlighted the 5 most common topics that red pillars always talk about. Yeah, it's so true what he said, because it shit gets so tiring to the point where you're beating a dead horse with a stick. And there's so much that you could talk about those 5 same talking points. I forgot what they were, but it just, I heard that so much. It got to the point, it got so bad, it got into the travel space. Like now, dudes are taking that same bullshit mentality while traveling overseas to these countries.
They're being pre-programmed, and they're just parroting stuff that they hear, not even necessarily stuff they experience. Can I respond to what he said? It's basically an overreacting correction to the feminism condition, and the red pill just keeps these men in a constant loop of drama, like I said earlier, and they never break free of it, and they're buying the next book, and they're paying for the next coaching scheme and the next everything coming down the line, like it's God, like it's going to answer all of their problems, and none of their problems get answered.
But how does
They'll
that
pay
average
thousands
man?
of dollars for coaching lessons, seminars, and all this bullshit, but won't go to a bar and just have a conversation with a young lady
and spend less.
Yes.
By the way, speaking of spending, Darnell Elliott with another $5 super chat, definitely active in this conversation. In the sidelines, even. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it. George Santayana. Did I say that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Santayana, yes.
We'll say he did it. But then it goes back to my question then. You say that it's not there, but it seems to be everywhere. And if a woman, I always think that women lead how a relationship goes, because me as a man, if I approach you and I'm getting rejected, or you have certain expectations, that will always dictate how I approach a woman. So these women have set the bar so high that the average man can't date the average woman anymore. That average woman is like, oh, I'm way beyond you. I'm out of your league. And I know it because if y'all know that one big black girl, man, that says she's a supermodel, that man, she's always on there, and she just doesn't. She's like,
she's a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
Who? Which one?
Yeah, man, you've seen her so many times. I'll find
their name.
I don't know her name.
Oh, okay.
Don't
worry about it.
But if the average guy can no longer date the average woman, what does that do for us on society?
Well, there's going to be a correction for that. The women that don't find a husband are going to end up with cats, and the men.
Oh, that's a Kevin Samuels quote. What's up?
But they're saying they're fine with ending up with cats.
And they'll
Or what they'll do is
and then the men will go date younger women and it'll balance out.
Or
It'll
who
work
says
itself out.
yes.
And
Yeah.
then women will shame the older guys for dating the younger women.
Yes, that's what happens.
I mean, yeah, because sometimes you see it and you're like, come on.
See, you even say it. So when a guy says that those
Sometimes
older
you
women
see
have
it,
the
come on,
standards,
yes, let me explain that. When you see a man that's fully taking advantage of a young girl, that's like, come on, chill.
Oh my God, fully.
how does
taking
this guy
advantage.
take full? So if the
Please
woman
explain.
says I'm fine with getting all the money in the dates, how is he taking
In
advantage
my
of her?
belief, if you're with an older man and he's not like paying for things and he's trying to do a 50-50, I would not.
That's inexcusable. First of all,
Like if you're an older man, like you should be, you know what I mean? To me, it doesn't make sense. And I've seen that, and it's like, that's like the stuff where I'm like, no, I don't.
but I would blame the woman for agreeing to that term.
Yeah, but there's women out there, you know what I mean? Like we talk so much about the women that are like, I think I'm the shit. We don't talk enough about the women that are like being taken advantage of by Chad and Tyrone and never end up in a relationship, and that's all that they want. Like,
But aren't the Chad and the Chads and the Tyrones are the ones that are basically 80% of the ones that are giving these women babies and leaving them single, and now they're going back to find a good guy that doesn't have any kids, that grew his income and everything else. Now you're looking at him for a marriage and settling down.
Thank you for the line of the fucking century.
Okay.
The reality is that there's periods of time where they're broken up consistently. Relationships like that aren't even relationships. They're just hanky-pankies. And she's always available. And that's when you can swoop in as a guy. But if you don't, then they just stay on that roster and they end up, again, either with a cat or, later on.
Usually,
Can I put my 2 cents on it when you get done?
No, go ahead, Nova.
I don't refer to that in those terms. I look at it more like natural selection. Okay, there's always segments of populace throughout history who do not have children and do not get involved, and they just don't. Okay, and they go by the wayside. That's natural selection.
Die on the vine. I don't give a damn. Yep.
Yeah, I'm not worried about those people. If you're not interested, get the hell out of the way. Goodbye.
That's facts. Because I'm in the dating pool of 33. So, like, as I'm getting older, that's something against me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So why haven't you gotten to the point where you want to settle down? Children, get married.
Oh, no, I have. I just am looking for someone.
Okay.
To be continued.
Yeah. And like, here's the thing, like, I will say understanding, like really understanding men is a lot better.
This chat is crazy, man. America. Come on, man.
Yeah, about us. But yeah.
Threw you way off.
But here's my issue.
What's
I know what you say that, oh yeah, the women will learn, but it never happens. Men get shamed. They're shamed as the nerds. And I don't know why Black Man Travels acts like he doesn't understand this. He did a whole video on Afrotech where the women would not date the nerds anytime until they started making money. And now all of a sudden, these women are plotting to get to Afrotech, which is where all the IT minority guys are.
All the high-paid black guys.
The high-paid minority guys are the guys that they would never talk to in high school, never talk to in college. Now that they have been ran through, Chad have dumped them. Now they're ready for that guy. Right. And so my question, but why should that guy at that point say, I'm ready for you?
No, no one ever says that he should. He now has all of the power his job for himself is to siphon through all the snakes and all of that shit and then find someone that's not a half-demon.
But you got a whole community telling single guys that are successful they should go ahead and marry a single mother.
I mean, that's up to his prerogative.
It's up to them.
What happens?
And they're assholes for not considering it.
No, if he's I don't date guys with kids. Am I an asshole for doing that? Like, no, it's a preference.
Oh, wow. So what you're basically saying is what Minister Jap says all the time, right?
I don't
He
know.
says,
Don't you listen to these funky ass niggas tell you shit.
that basically what you're saying?
That's what I've been trying to say this whole time.
Yeah, he says it perfectly all the time.
Live your whole life. Like, my dating is not going to be like the next person or the next person or the next person. Everyone is at a fucking different place. And like, Star keeps saying it, which is so fucking true. Find your little weirdo. That's like the name of the game. You are weird. Find your weirdo partner so that your weirdness matches each other's weirdness.
Yeah.
And like, live as happy as you fucking can.
It's an ask
I'm
for
just
every
gonna-
seat. Come on. In the sales business, come on. There's an ask for every seat, gentlemen out there. If you're listening to me, you know, nobody's entitled to putang, and no one is entitled to kids. Go out and get what
Earn
you
that
want.
shit. Yeah, earn it.
Yeah, it's on both
Find
sides.
it.
It's like, so I love that everyone kept talking about fucking work, because this is like branding. When you start with branding, how you are and how you conduct yourself attracts a certain kind of person that's looking.
Yes.
For that. So I can't dress like a hooker outside. I can inside my home secretively without anyone watching. But outside in the world, I can't if I want a guy that doesn't want like a problematic. Because that's really what it comes down to. It's not so much that the girl dresses like a hoe or not. It's the problems that come with dressing like that. So me understanding that, I act and behave accordingly. When I go out into the world, I'm dressed pretty modestly, I think.
And I'm only sharing this picture just so you remember who this woman is. I know you've seen her before.
Who is this?
Who?
Oh man, you never seen her? Oh man,
I have not known.
she's
I'm
about
sorry.
250 pounds, and she says that she's a, what would you call it, a plus size model, and she's like,
Oh, Lord.
a guy doesn't.
Is that
pay
the
my
one that had the
bills.
video where she didn't have no makeup on? She was looking destroyed.
Oh,
and
yeah,
she was
but-
talking
but
about,
she has-
I need a man to come pick me up, and he needs to send a
is her.
car for me and all that. Oh my God.
That
Hell
is
no.
correct. That is correct. That is her. So and the reason I bring her up is there's a delusion that a lot of women have about, you know, if that woman that looks like Nova gets that guy that does that, then there's the one who doesn't look anything like Nova, who expects the same thing from that same type of man. It becomes a delusion, like, well, you
Yes.
know, and so how does a guy get around that? How does, you know, if every woman is expecting,
You can't change people's minds or their perceptions. You have to let them come out of it on their own. You see the truth all around you, and people still don't accept it, right? The anti-truth is the new truth, right? It's the accepting the lie, and your perception of reality is the lie that's being perpetrated in society. So you can't mess with those types of people. You just have to move the hell on and keep
I'm gonna
trucking.
bring up a red pill point, and I'm just curious. So that guy worked his way through college and did that and was, you know, focused. The woman kind of took a different route. She had her what we call a hot girl summer. She did all of those things.
Okay.
When they get to their 35, should that guy question her body count, or does body count matter? Because that is a red pill talking point. Should body count matter in relationships?
Anna, do you want to go first on that one?
Can you repeat that last part?
Body count.
Should body count matter to men, and should they be asking it, especially when they hit around in their 30s for women?
That's like women being concerned with finance.
The men.
Yeah, but that's like a woman being concerned about a man's finances. Like, I get it on both sides.
Yeah, and we brought that up yesterday.
You didn't really
And
answer the question. I
Yeah.
want to answer. You just said like. I want a question. Answer.
So it's something that you should be able to ask. If you're worried about how much money we make,
I actually did answer the question. I said both sides have the right to ask and
What they
still
want.
for what they want,
Mhm.
which is also considered a low body count to men.
If that's what you're concerned about, then I guess you have every right to seek it out. It is America, right?
Here's the thing, though. I got to tell you. So, like, in my early 20s was the only time a man gave a shit. As you get older, like, I have never, ever had a man ask me the fucking question ever. Like,
Nobody's asked me except for in the red pill spaces online.
That's what I
But,
did.
here's the thing. But
I
here,
just
but
want you guys know, like, it just like for the real world, like no one gives a shit as long as you're not.
they
an
give a shit. I'm gonna tell you why they give a shit.
That's what you're saying. Let me explain what I'm saying. You don't have to be so.
No, I'm not. I just talk loud.
It was like, ooh.
I'm not mad at you. Anna, you got to understand, I'm a few drinks in, so please forgive me.
Oh,
That's why you see me
we turn
sipping.
up. It's
Okay,
Friday.
thank you for explaining that. Now I'll like. Okay, thank you. In my experience, as in everyone in my peer group, because I've asked around when I was first back in the red pill space or black pill space, trying to like, and people were asking the question all the time. Like, no one talks about this stuff unless you're in your like early 20s where it's like more relevant. People basically, especially as you get older, they just want to make sure you're a kind person. You're not going to fuck them over. You're going to genuinely like them. Like the bar is kind of like
not psychotic.
So like, and be a decent human being. That's like my personal experience.
So I think what happens is, no, a man does not ask the same way a woman may not ask how much money he makes.
Mm-hmm.
How a woman finds out how much money he makes is, where do you live at? Oh, you live in that neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you picked me up in this kind of car. Oh, you've traveled to this place.
Mm-hmm.
And what's your job title? So all of those questions that she's asking is her way of finding out where he ranks monetarily. A guy may not come out and say how many men you slept with, but we ask those other, you travel? Who you travel there with? Oh, you've been here? Oh, so we ask the questions indirectly. So a man is the same way a man is concerned about a woman who's her past. We ask those questions. A woman asks the same questions, but in a different way. So I will say a man is some men may have an issue as to I always say that sometimes past behavior dictates how you may act in the future.
And speaking on that point, let me get this super chat out. And I wish Darnell would have asked this question in a different way. Question for the ladies. If I'm wrong, why is the Klan still in existence after 150 years? I don't get what your point is, but I'm gonna ask the question. The platform hasn't changed. They still hate the bees in 4-letter word. I don't know why you're doing this. So if the Klan is still around, why won't the red pill? He's on why the red pill won't disappear. I think the red pill will not disappear. I'm going to answer the question, but I want you guys to answer it too. I don't think the red pill is going to, because you're still going to have, you still have disillusioned young men being raised by single mothers. It's still going to be around. It's just not going to be around by the same people that founded it. It might change. It might evolve. But I don't
It'll
think
go underground.
It'll
go underground for a while.
And I agree with what he said earlier. I don't know why he sent it back again. I don't know if he got the right answer. But go ahead, ladies. Go ahead and tackle that. That was actually for you. So I got to leave it up.
It'll just go underground and it'll morph into something else. Because those are, you're talking about disgruntled, hateful people to begin with. Usually.
And you never have a lack of those. So
yeah, no. And those types of things always attract those types of people and from society into those occultish type organizations anyways. So it'll just repurpose itself like everything else does. It's the same thing with, the NATZIs and everything else. I don't know if I can say that word, so I'm being careful. But I'm, going back to what you said, some of us women also don't want a bunch of used up, dirty old dicks either. Okay. So, I mean, you tell me you've got 50 plus body count. I'm looking at you going, So I don't really, nobody's asked me until I started hitting the red pill scene. And that's how I got here, was through the red pill scene. And it wasn't because I necessarily agreed with it. First, I was like, oh, this is kind of cool. Guys having their own space. All right. Does it mean we're bringing back traditional values? And then the more I peeled the onion back, it's just all about really hatred. It's really just what it comes down to.
So I know we've been going for about 2 hours. So I want to change the conversation because I always like to go to the solution aspect. So we talked about that the red pill is collapsing, and maybe it's because of their ideology. It's kind of like, I'm just incel, I hate this, whatever that is. But my question is now, how can we progress dating forward? How can we go back to, I don't want to say the good old days because, everybody has good old days.
That could mean a whole bunch of different things for them. Yeah.
So how would you like to see future dating? Let me ask that. How would you like to see the future
I would
of
like to
dating?
see morals and values come back, to be quite frank.
Damn, we are alike.
Yeah.
Bring that up
You're
every
part of the,
time.
you're part of the Neanderthal group with us.
I'm a Neanderthal, but I'm not a Neanderthal, you know, like, so if people have a problem with it, I don't care. Let them think what they want. Let them dislike what they want. Humanity is never going to change. Man has never changed from the inception. Therefore, the things that work are not going to change either. You don't like it? Too bad. I'm sorry.
Tell me what works. Because I want to get a little more specific. So there might be some men out there who
the
are
foundation of the family, the foundation of the family unit, the men and the women who, you know, instead of working against each other, work with each other, because we don't complement each other and we complete each other. We are not opposites who can just maneuver and handle all of life on their own. We need each other to go and to survive. So this whole mindset of I don't need you, well, then, you know, you're going by the wayside of natural selection. You're working against the natural course of
I
things.
love it.
Do you believe in traditional roles? I think that would be it.
I believe in traditional roles, but I also believe in individuality. So if I have a dream and a purpose, or you have a dream and a purpose, I'm your cheerleader. Be mine.
All right. I mean, I'm with you.
I have a question for you, Fearless. I mean, we're both married men.
Mm-hmm.
And when you say traditional role, what do you mean by that exactly?
What I mean by that is when I think that there are certain roles that men play. I think a man is more of like a provider and a protector. I think a woman is the nurturer. Does that mean that in any aspect of that we can't be anything? No. I'm not a person that says, "Oh, you have to stay at home and you have to work." No.
Okay.
But I do believe that, and what I mean by that is, I think women should be submissive, and what I mean by submissive is, I as a more masculine man, it would be very difficult for me to date a masculine woman. I think a woman's power is in her submissiveness.
But in order for her to submit to you, you have to protect her. You have to provide for her.
That is all.
So
that
a
is
woman cannot
very-
submit to a man if he cannot do neither.
that is correct. I do agree with that.
Okay.
But what I also say is I do not like when a woman says, "I will be feminine for the right man."
No, she's gonna stay single for the rest of her life.
Yeah, 'cause I could never say I would be masculine for the right woman.
Because
Go ahead.
because the reason why I asked that question, because sometimes we need to be clear when we say, you know, traditional roles. To some lazy dude out there that doesn't really have a brain cell, he may take it as, you know, you cook, clean, and wash and do everything while I just work, and I don't consider that tradition. You know,
So
it's like,
I'll tell you, I'm married.
Mhm.
I have a newborn that's like 7 weeks old.
Oh, congratulations.
I change diapers. I you know, and I have a little girl, so I gotta, you know, I wash her up. This morning, I made breakfast. I made, you know, I got into it, brother. I made shrimp and grits.
oh, dude, I know your wife, man. I know you, and I know your wife. I mean, that's the reason why I asked that question, because I think sometimes we need to provide some type of clarity. Like for me, my wife and I, we have this thing where she cooks because she knows how to cook really great food. I wash dishes.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not afraid. Like she'll make a pile of mess. Guess what? I put my headphones on, watch a podcast, and I wash away.
That's a good man right there. That's a good
so
man.
it's just like, well, I mean, the thing is, I understand. Like, we do have a 1-year-old, so it's like I don't want to put him to sleep. You're better at that, so let me go ahead and just clean up. And I don't have a problem with that. And again, I think that's important, and that's why I think it's important when guys say, you know, I want a traditional, a woman. Are you willing to be a traditional man? Because
when they say a traditional woman, are they asking for a maid or a slave, or what does that mean?
That's the point.
No,
That's my point. I don't know what that means sometimes.
When I say it, what I mean by that is, if you ever work for a corporation, you never get somebody who is subservient. The best bosses that I ever worked for were ones that were not dictators, but instead they uplifted you. They empowered you. They put you in a position so that you strive. They gave you those responsibilities. So even in a marriage, when I say traditional, maybe the man has the last word. But that does not make you a dictator. That just means in any company, there has to be somebody who says, here's the direction we're going, and here's the final decision. That doesn't mean I don't take anyone's decision into accountability. And that doesn't mean I don't take someone that says, hey, my wife does this better than me, so she needs to lead this. You know, there was a time that I dated an accountant. She knew way more numbers than I did. So I just said, hey, you take care of that. You understand how this works way better than I. That isn't me saying, oh, I'm the man, I have to do that. It's saying you can do something better. It's just as a man, I think a man needs to lead. But being a leader, if you're in IT, if you ever done Scrum, we call it subservient leadership. That means I'm leading from behind. I'm putting people in power to make the decisions. That's all.
Well, I think it's important that everyone plays their role.
Correct.
Whatever that role is, you know, you have, play it and play it well. And if it means that we got to switch up for this week, we switch up.
But people don't understand this, Kanawt. When I say a leader, there was a movie with Mel Gibson. It was a war movie. And he said it was a Vietnam. He said, I'm the first one off the helicopter and I'm the last one on. As the leader, I have to make sure that all that's done. That means if my wife is breastfeeding, I got to cook. That means if she can't do laundry, I got to fold. I got to do all the things that no one else may be wanting to do. I have to be, the leader is the one who sacrifices the most. Who says, when I don't want to do something, I still have to do it.
But the problem is you have a lot of guys that don't do that. They expect the woman to do every single thing because they believe that that's her role is. He just work and just comes home while she literally slaves away. Like,
that's a weak
how many guys within the Passport Bro
that's
movement
a weak man. That's
goes
exactly what
overseas and they do the same exact thing. They'll meet a young lady from a small town and keep her in that small town and just make her work. And it's just like, bro, isn't the point of you marrying that person, you being with that person overseas, is to uplift them? No, they don't believe in that. So really, that's why it's important when people say, are you tradition? Like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean by that? Because it means so many different ways to so many different people.
Now, you know my wife. My wife is from overseas. When she got here, I said, you got 3 months that we can watch all the novellas you want. We can watch all of that. After that, no, there's no more Spanish speaking. Because I want you to perfect English. I want you to get your master's degree. I want you to strive. I'm not trying to hold someone down because that means my family can't strive. I need to empower. I think that's where those are weak men, because a weak man doesn't want, he thinks if I empower a woman, she'll leave me. You're not a good man anyway.
No, you're a dictator.
Yes, I want to empower that, because the more she has, the more we have. I think that's where they don't see the we anymore. They see the I.
Correct. Most people, let me elaborate for you. Most people, when it comes to marriage today, have forgotten that you raise the bar in the marriage. And both of you are on that bar. It's not one above the other. It's both of you together. And that makes the foundation. And if you're going to sit there and say, well, you're under here and I'm going to keep you here so that way you can't excel and you can't excel past me, which most of the time people don't really want to excel past you. They want to grow with you. Correct. That's the mindset of a dictator. You have a dark triad nature and you got a problem, you should see a psychiatrist. So there you go. The other issue is most dudes don't understand and I'm not saying really dominant women are the best thing in the world. Don't get me wrong. But I am saying most dominant women are extremely submissive in bed. Most dudes don't know that, nor can they handle it. And then they lose the broads anyways. So men like you will end up staying married, while the other guys, guess what? They go through divorce and they go through one woman and one wife, one after another. My grandfather, for example, who raised me, was born in 1920, survived the Depression as a child on the streets by himself, starving. Okay. Survived. He had 7 kids with one woman, my grandmother. When I came around and I started getting into business and I started telling him all the problems I was having, whether it was personal, like trying to date or any of that stuff, he told me, and he would call me girl. He was like, girl, let me tell you right now, most men do not appreciate smart, intelligent women. And then on top of it, if you're good looking, that's a total turnoff. Most of them are afraid. And he said a lot of dudes are looking for a housemaid. They're not really looking for a wife or what you would call an equal type of a partner. You know, I don't really like using the term partnership, but you know, you're walking together, right? Two cannot walk together, say they be agreed. So the point is, my point is if you're going to take on a woman, let her breathe and excel, and you'll stay married way longer. So there you go.
Right.
I'm going to disagree with Sean. He says a master's degree is a waste. No, I don't think so. And it wasn't a waste for me. And the reason I say that is I was in IT, so that means technology.
Mm-hmm.
And what that master's degree helped me do was technology is great, but business has the money. They lead everything. So the connection I make is, yeah, we can have the greatest project, but how does it affect business? So I learned accounting, I learned finance, I learned marketing, all of those business things that as a technical person I did not know, you're able to know. So always expand your thought process.
And speaking of master's degree, mine is literally right here behind me. That's my master's degree, 2006. So no, it's not a waste of money. It all boils down what you decide to major in.
Correct.
And I'm in IT as well.
Let me read this question real quick, and I think it's enlightening as well. How much time, ladies, per day do you set aside for actual self-reflection?
Anna, you want to go first on that one?
So my business is working with all sorts of coaches, and I'm constantly surrounded by it. Like reflection is like a part of my life, you could say.
Okay.
So that means daily, basically.
Yeah, that means like all the fucking time.
When you have a moment, you start doing self-reflection. Do you guys keep diaries or memoirs or anything like that?
I don't keep a diary anymore. I don't do memoirs. I probably should. I read the Bible. You know, you can't hold yourself not accountable when you read the Bible. At least I can't. So there we go. That's pretty much constantly self-evaluation all the time, comparing yourself.
Okay.
I want to read this because this is reflective of, and let me take down his and this goes to Black Man Travels. Omar says women can be abusive. If you start cooking and cleaning, they'll scold you for not doing it. Then you're back to square one.
Wow.
I think that
I ain't never heard of that.
Yeah, I used to be the one who would look. This is old school moves.
Hey, same here. I got stories, man. So
yeah,
you
got to bring them to the
we
house.
all do.
Yeah,
we all do.
You guys were like, "Oh, this is my time."
This is my time to come out. Now it's time for Black Man Travels to take over the show now.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
All right. Here's the thing, man. Listen, before I graduated, I went to school in Miami. My mother took the time to teach me how to cook, how to clean your meat, how to do everything. So when I moved to Chicago, I knew how to cook. And my way of meeting women, I used to invite women back to my apartment. Hey, I'll cook you dinner. We'll go grocery shopping. We'll come back to my spot. And the thing is, I used to make martinis. So I used to go ahead and make chocolate martini, apple martinis, Cosmos.
Oh my God.
Again, listen, I'm a 22-year-old. And I was like, literally, my apartment was like a spot to come to. And again, that worked well for me. And now at 46 as a married man, my wife, she cooks better than me. I love how the way she cooks. And we just make an agreement like, hey, listen, you cook, I clean. So I'll take care of the living room, whatever mess my other kids made, I'll clean up while she go take the little one, put him to sleep. That's even trade. But honestly, you cooking and cleaning as a grown fucking man, you should know how to do that. That's a survival skill.
Yes.
Not just survival. Look, what happens when you eat a lot? You get a little bit tired, get a few drinks in you. Oh, you can't drive home in that condition.
No, you can't.
Oh, you can't go
home. Do you want to massage? Especially when it's snow outside in the Midwest. In the Midwest, it's snowing outside. You can't drive. You can spend the night. I'll give you a little massage.
Wait until Monday or Tuesday. It's supposed to snow down here in Dallas and Houston. Watch these fools start crashing.
But I'm saying they don't understand how that when we say game, that's what we did. It was a process. Of how
and it was free.
You were able
but again,
to
everybody on this panel is different generation than what we're talking about. That's in the chat. We were raised to take care of ourselves. We were latchkey kids, a lot of us. Our parents were working and we took care of ourselves. Of course, we knew how to cook, clean, You know, we had responsibilities and chores. And the minute we had the ability to go out and earn money, we went and hustled. We went and got jobs, or we made our own, cutting grass, shoveling snow, anything.
Also, two fellas, you having a fly spot that's clean and you know how to cook, dude, those are brownie
It's a wrap.
points for you.
Yeah, it's a wrap.
Those are brownie points for you. You don't
ain't
have
got
to go anywhere. You got everything in your apartment. Just
Look at
bring
the movie
action back home.
Boomerang. Look
And
at the
guys,
movie
learn this.
Boomerang. When Marcus cooked everything, he was like, "Oh yeah, I put the little the lemon cream sauce on the salmon. This was special." Man, she wasn't even caring. But I mean, that was a way of getting to chicks. If you know how to cook, throw down and
Not only that,
over.
you got to know how to
throw
clean.
some soft
Finesse.
I
You gotta know how to
cook and clean as I go. My
But
kitchen's
no,
spotless
just
when
in
I-
general. I know
Yeah.
guys that just they pee on the toilet rim, they pee
my
behind the
God.
toilet. And then they
Yes.
want these girls to come over and they got pee everywhere. What?
Trippy
the hell
Cat does
is it?
better. He
Nobody
said he
not
puts
teach
the
you how to-
seat up
they
and he
don't-
remembers to
they
put
don't
it
Puked
down.
all
wash
over
their
the toilet and
sheets.
tub.
Yeah, they don't know how to wash the sheets. I don't know what's up with them. I used to wash
Mm.
my sheets. Not put a little cologne on there. So when they
Yeah,
lay down,
yeah.
You gotta,
Oh,
You
yeah.
gotta go Bed Bath and Beyond, get the sprays.
Yeah,
Start
Oh,
spraying
even
the,
if I
the
gave a
blankets.
woman a card, I sprayed a little cologne on it. So the minute she opened the card, she got a woof.
Oh, not only that. Let me see. I'm gonna disappear for a second because I'm gonna answer this question that he says, which do y'all have a fireplace? I'm gonna help y'all out, the new crew. I'll be back and I'm gonna show y'all how things really supposed to work for y'all new school guys. I'll be back. Give me a second. Y'all continue.
Here, I'll tell you a story about my
mean, things-
grandfather. He's like, girl, I had 7 kids with her. Don't think they were all close together. I was changing them diapers. I was cooking breakfast or dinner when I needed to. I was helping clean.
Yeah.
Like, I know how to do it all. He said, don't let these guys fool you. Anybody who will not clean up after themselves, he says, they're trash and they're just looking for a maid. So if
I
guys think that not being human and just participating and being helpful to each other means that you have surrendered your masculinity, you need to do self-reflection.
And I'm sorry, what kind of asshole are you? Especially if you stair-stepped your kids.
Yeah.
Every 2 years, you got a new baby.
Yeah.
You expecting your wife to do all that while you're doing what? Sitting there watching her struggle?
Playing
The fuck
video
that?
games, watching pornography. That's a problem. And that's where the epidemic and a lot of the divorces are coming from.
Right. By the way, Darnell sent in another $10. He basically thanked the ladies for answering the question right and was sorry for the phrasing. I didn't want to go through like reading
That's
the whole
cool.
thing, but I appreciate
Yeah,
you.
this is just to show you guys.
Okay.
You don't need no fireplace. With the guys that don't have no fire, this is your sexy right here. It runs on rubbing alcohol. You light it up, and it's your romance. See, y'all don't know how to do this.
Wow. How long does that go?
About 30 minutes.
That's not
But
bad.
You
All
be
you
right
need.
by the
That's all
fireplace
you need,
with your
man.
girl, and you got it. See, y'all.
Yeah.
I don't. There's a generational gap that it is. sad
Romance
that-
is dead for a lot of these young
Romance is
kids.
dead.
It ain't dead for us. We know what we're doing.
So I want to get back to that. The question, and I want to bring some guys up, or not guys, just people up one at a time, and maybe ask some questions of the panel. Here
Okay.
in
I have
about
to
a few
go in
minutes.
like a half an hour, okay?
Yeah.
All right,
No
no problem.
problem.
I'm going to
We'll
put
make it
this
long.
in the chat so we can get that going. But my
Plus,
question
you know
is
you're
the
going to be a
solution.
return guest.
Yes. What is the solution, Nova? How do we get there? How do we get back to dating? I know you said traditional roles. How do the women change to get realistic expectations? All of that. How do we get to this solution?
Women are swayed just like the gentlemen are by the media, right? So I've got to have the hair, I got to get the tits, I got to go get the plastic surgery, I got to go get the next handbag from whatever designer. You're going to have to get off of online a little bit more, okay? Touch grass a little more often, and you're going to have to change what it is that you are looking for and what you want and your expectations. And then the women will also respond. The women are already looking. Women are already constantly adapting. You just got to shift where it's going and recalibrate your focus somewhere else.
But is that women who are older? Meaning, is it
Everyone
for a man in his 20s? Meaning that man in his 20s, he pretty much should wait until later.
you're going to find it. It's just not going to be in the clubs. It's going to be a little harder to find home, but it doesn't mean girls like me or Anna are not there. You just can't expect it to be immediate, but you have to go through the steps and reevaluate where you're going to find what it is that you're looking for and play the numbers game, because there's other girls who are already doing those things that they don't want to sleep their way to, till kingdom come. They're not necessarily interested in that. I wasn't interested in any of that stuff. I was more interested in being professional and getting where I wanted to in the entertainment industry. And then I had a whole lot of slew of responsibilities hit me, but it's not necessarily about me, but I'm just giving an example. So you just have to shift where it is that you're going and what you're looking for. And don't expect, I would say, don't settle. Don't set your bar so high that it's not accomplishable, because people are already built to be a little bit of a failure, right? But just don't be like, oh my God, I'm a 5. I'm going to go buy myself that 10. You know what I mean? Like, try to be reasonable and find where your match is and your number to their number. Like, don't be reaching too high up necessarily. Did I say that right?
I want to address that a little bit.
By the way, I just want to let everybody know in the chat, hit the Cash App for Nova and Anna for coming on to the panel tonight. I dropped the links in the chat, so if you guys would like to donate to Anna and Nova, please do.
I appreciate it if you do.
Yeah, please do that, guys or gals, whoever in the chat. So I think there's a delusion. So I want to address that. Not only just on the women's side, but I think a lot of these men have gone out of the country and they've paid $100 to sleep with a 9. I won't say a 10. And then they become delusional that they think that they deserve a 9 or a 10, even though they are not in the best condition. How do we get guys away from that to say, man, I was just in Colombia and I was with the 9?
Can I ask a question? Isn't that aren't they kind of buying it though, in a way?
Oh yeah. No, they're
well then you're basically paying for a lower end form of prostitution.
But there's a gentleman that says what word would I use for that? What does Pablo Frescobar say? My 304, that's a better word that I'll use, is better than your wife.
That's his perception.
But let's break that down. That 304 is cooking, even though he's paying for it. Maybe a minimal price. She's cooking, she's cleaning, she's taking care of him. And he can't get that from an average girl in the United States. I don't know if he can't. I'm just
okay. I understand. Hypothetical. Well, that's an entitlement mentality.
So what do you say to these guys? I've had the statistics that say a guy can swipe like 1,000 times right on Tinder, and he gets like a 3-4% return rate for that. So what happens to those guys who are trying to date but are unable to because they don't get a rate of return? I know it's Tinder, but we got to deal with what technology is today. And most people are dating online. I know you say stop using dating apps. I agree, but
I don't.
A lot of guys are.
I've never personally been on one. I don't know. I don't know what to say on that.
I have a lot of the guys' profiles are fucking creepy. They just don't know how to.
Okay, well there we go. Thank you, Anna. Because I'm like, I don't know.
I think that like that. I don't know. They're like. I feel like my generation is slowly transforming into like they made a leap into the boomer generation. All of a sudden they're like, I don't know how to do this. It's very weird. Like,
but the guy, I'm not part of that generation, so I'm not a selfie person. Mm-hmm. But a lot of women, a lot of women I know are like the selfie people, the filter people. Is that creepy if a man uses a filter?
Yeah, I'm not saying to do any of that. I'm saying that is weird. And I'm saying that you should find 6 photos where you look good in. If you don't have 6 photos, you should go make more friends first and then consider dating.
But you're talking to guys who think 3 inches is 6 inches, so they think that picture looks good when it's really not. I mean,
What I'm saying is the problem. Like, you wanted to know what the issue is. I'm explaining it because it's most of the profiles are fucking weird. Like, I mean, some of the dudes, they'll like smile, but they're like,
Really? Okay. Would you say, Anna, that Tinder isn't really real? I would say it's not really real, right?
Tinder is definitely like the hookup app. If you want
Okay.
to go to Tinder.
Well, then you're not going to get a relationship very good from a hookup, really, honestly. I mean, James
I know-
Spader did it, the actor back in the day, but it doesn't work for everybody, you know?
Dude, some of the fucking like profiles, like I just deactivate it and reactivate it every once in a while, depending on if I'm bored or not. I mean, like it'll be like a guy that says like, I hate women with like airbrushed fake everything. But then you meet him and he looks nothing like his fucking pictures.
Dudes are catfishing nowadays.
Oh my
I didn't
god,
know that.
yeah. So bad. And like,
In American Live, I seen you in the background. Come on up. I was about to bring you up.
It sounds like a pay-for-play app. Yeah,
I still
agree
have
with
my
that.
What do you mean
Tinder
in the background?
profiles.
I have to like knock on wood though, because
I see Darnell. I don't see American
Yeah,
Lives. Where's
he
he at?
dropped.
I haven't had really like.
Can we take down some of these videos?
Yep.
These red pill videos, so we can make room.
Hey,
And I just want to bring them up one at a time and then drop them off.
Okay.
you guys want to see something funny?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Always.
Please
I have
make
my
me drink.
old Tinder profile. It's really old. You guys want to see it?
Yes.
Thank God. Yes. At least I don't have to take a shot for what you're about to show.
Nah. Oh man.
Were you metrosexual or did you?
I mean, it's my
Did you have
old-
your skateboard going on with the tight ass jeans and shit?
You guys see it? It's in the back.
Not yet.
Yeah.
You gotta-
I'll bring it to the stage. I'll bring it up.
Yeah, it's my old profile.
Okay.
But back in the days.
So showing you travel, got a suit
Show
on.
my travel, show my physique, it shows different personality of me. Volunteering in South Africa with the kids, London, just wedding. I mean, not my wedding, but a close friend's wedding in Chicago. So again, was my profile, kind of wanting to show different, parts of me. So it did quite well. It did really quite well.
Women.
You got some swag going.
Yeah, so critique this.
Yes,
and I'm
you know
just
what?
asking.
I would love to hear the women critique my
but
old.
not just critique you.
Wait.
What a man? What do they look for? When
Y'all
they
done
look for a
filled this
Tinder
man's
picture?
head full of enough air. Stop it.
No, what I'm saying is,
No,
he has a
no.
profile. So what is it that women look for? Like if you see this, you say, "Oh, what do women look for when they look at a Tinder profile? What is it that you guys make you interested?"
Now that makes sense. Yes.
No under the chin shots. No under chin shots flatter anyone. Okay. He has no under the chin shots, so that's an A+.
What is? I don't know what that. What's an under the chin shot?
Looking up.
Where the camera is tilted from
Like it's down
this.
here.
Oh,
Yeah.
But
Where
you know
you-
what the
yeah.
adverse to that is? The woman does this shot where I can't put the camera where they're high up because they're
Yeah.
fat, and if you take a picture high
Yeah,
up, you
that
can't
double
see their
chin.
body. Yeah, that's the trick for the women. So
That's
no
true.
under
But
the chin.
sometimes we also can't get the chest or something in there. So you got
Oh
to.
yeah, they got they do that. Get the
I'm
boobies.
usually just
Yeah,
right
yeah,
here.
we know how important having the boobies out matters to men.
So no
Sometimes.
under the chin shot. What else? Go ahead.
Well, you're
What
dressed
about-
well.
I
and
see
you look-
guys with the
you're dressed
fishing
well.
and hunting. Is that good? Fishing and
Yeah,
hunting?
sometimes.
Okay.
You're dressed well. You're coiffured. You're groomed. You look clean. You're put together, and your presentation is good.
Can they do the bathing suit pool shot? No shirt on or gym, whatever it is. Gym shot or pool shot. Can they do that?
Nova.
What? I'm sorry.
Gym
Can you do the
shot,
gym
pool
rat
shot?
or
Yeah,
the
sure.
pool
Go
shot?
for it. Sure. Yeah, sure. Go for it.
What about
And then-
squatted in front of your car?
That's kind of weird. That's a little too Andrew Tate. I'm flashing all my stuff. I mean, you want a gold digger? Sure, go for it.
Yeah, you starting to show possessions.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to be more modest about stuff like that.
All right. Well, let's bring
Thank
up
you.
some people. I know that you're limited on time.
Wait,
let's hear Anna because she does this for a living.
Okay, my bad.
Anna's a marketing person. So you
Yes, I would love to hear what a fellow marketer has to say.
Yeah, keep blowing his head up. That's all he cares about.
Okay, guys, this is like probably 6 years old.
Oh.
So go for it.
Do I have like free reign?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it.
Rip him up. I know you're not, but I'm just saying.
No, I am. Because you look.
Oh shit.
Yeah, no, you look creepy to me.
Is it the picture up front where he's in the dark shadow? I think he's trying to give you a close-up look.
The up was a little too much, but
so like, okay, so the first.
Which picture are you talking about?
The one in the upper left.
Upper left.
Okay.
That's creepy because I.
And this is probably he thinks that's his sexiest picture. I bet. Let's see.
Guys
Am I right?
Fucking thing. Guys love to do this fucking headshot. I don't know why. It's like for me as a girl, I'm like, what the fuck are you, Darth Vader? Are you like hiding a shadow side of you? Like, are you scary underneath there? That's why.
But see, this is and I'm glad you said that because this is men's perception versus
women's perception.
Yeah. Because he probably nothing wrong with that because I would look at him and be like, oh, that's his best shot.
And there's women that'll be like, oh my God, damn, like, look at that fine motherfucker. But not me. I'm like, ah.
It's very subjective.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's funny.
So the two shots I would think are sexy and not, I hate to say no pause because I'm not a part of that. Is the one up on the top left and then with him with the suspenders. Yeah. I think that's the two that I would say that's him right there.
Put my four eyes on so I can see better.
You don't gave her allergic reaction.
Oh man,
look at your pictures. She over there sneezing.
Oh shit!
Bless you, my dear.
Because I mean, the orange shorts are a pass. Those are good. That's a good shot.
Yeah.
The suspenders is okay, but because again, I'm not seeing your face. I'm like, what are you hiding? Again, you're in sunglasses. What are you hiding? And then I can't even tell what that is. Is that your head on like sand pebbles? Is that a cemetery?
No, okay, the one in the middle here, these are penguins.
Oh.
These are penguins. I was in South Africa. So this one here, I was in Dominican Republic. This one here, I was in Puerto Rico. This one here, I was in London. So this is like different places that I've been to.
Doesn't show that at all. So
yeah.
It just shows you like covering your left eye again.
Okay. No.
Let Anna rock.
But
this one here, okay, guys. This one here on the far right. I was in London. I was doing one of those the red bus tours, and it was so freaking cold and it was raining.
The fucking weather's in the fridge.
Yeah, so I was like, shit, I'm in the rain and it's cold, and it's like, let me just take a picture. Someone wanted to take a picture of me, and I was like, fuck it, just take it. I don't care. So and it came out decent.
It would be better if you took a selfie.
But I'm glad you say that. And here's the reason why, BMT. And I think you women don't understand this. Our perception of what we think is a good photo is not your perception of what we think is a good photo. No, and there's nothing wrong. Like the pictures
I'm
that I picked
laughing at
out,
the chat, just taking it and spinning it to the whole nth degree. Look, sunglasses means hiding. The freaking sun is out, and now it's creepy. Laugh my fucking ass off.
The top one reminds me of the poster from Face Off where half his face was hidden.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. I needed to put my glasses on to see you better. So
can't unsee it.
You know what's kind of funny? Like when I was active on Tinder, a lot of women said that this picture here caught their attention.
Which one?
I didn't see the one with the suspenders.
It would if I could see your face.
Because they wanted to see me in person. So it was just like, all right, like I could see you, but I can't see you. So they were quite curious. But once they saw me in person, they're like, oh yeah, it's like, okay, it matches up. But yeah, these are old pictures, man. I don't take pictures like that anymore. But yeah, it's just kind of funny.
Man,
it's a good boob shot, I guess. Yeah.
Are you good, Anna? Did you need to hit him up for anything else? Are the rest of the pictures okay?
And American Live been dropping off every time.
Yeah, they've been dropping off, man. They've been.
We're going to bring them up for some questions, so let's bring them up. We won't keep you on long, and we'll rotate out because I know that Nova is limited
Nova's
on
got to
time.
go. Yeah.
Yep, about 20 more minutes. So Darnell is the chat sponsor. He's donated a whole lot of money. So thank you, Darnell, for that. Go ahead with your question, Darnell.
Chat sponsor. I mean, good Lord, how much money did I donate tonight? Good
Oh
Lord.
man, you must be drinking because you probably at $150 right now.
He over 100.
Yeah, you
Hundo.
over 100.
No, close to it. Close to it.
Ooh. All right, goddamn, we're gonna have to say brought to you by Darnell here or something.
Hey.
But but first of all, thank you for bringing me up. And for the ladies, I just want to say thank you for coming on to this panel. Thank you for doing this podcast because I mean I value your contributions. I did call Cap in the chat, of course. I did call Cap in the chat quite a bit. Now there are things I disagree with you ladies on, but either way, I value your contributions and I value these. I'm sorry.
Nothing. Go ahead.
I value your contributions that you are making, and believe it or not, in my opinion, this is progress. And I just want you ladies to know that you are speaking to a guy that did get into the red pill. I am full disclosure, I am a Fresh and Fit, or I was a Fresh and Fit supporter until they started going off the damn rails.
Why?
But
The question would be why.
Why I stopped being a Fresh and Fit supporter, or
why were you a supporter in the beginning?
Why was I a supporter in the beginning? I'm going to be honest with you, ladies. I was one of those men that you would consider socially awkward. The left behind man, the so-called good boy, that I would do whatever I could to prove my whoever I was courting at the time, to do whatever I could to say, hey, I'm a good guy. I will always be there for you and show my value as a man. And the thing was, I just kept getting the way I felt, or I feel nowadays, pardon my language here, but I kind of felt like these ladies were just shitting on me. You have no idea the amount of women that I put through college, I helped through college or dental school. I'm sorry?
No, I'm talking to Fearless using my name to respond to somebody talking about bald heads, and I'm not bald. Please stop. Go ahead.
Because I don't think he's in my chat. If I put it in my chat, it won't show up, I don't think. But go ahead.
Okay. So like I said, I mean, I put women through, that women I was courting at the time. I've helped them through dental school. I've helped them in college. I was always there. There was a woman while I was in the Army that I dated that was about to get thrown out of her apartment because she wasn't paying her rent. Single mom with a child, and in Iraq.
But,
and
Darnell, you're going way off, brother. We got to land the plane. I just asked why was you in the red pill, and you're talking about paying somebody's bill. So help me land that plane a little bit.
Well, that's the point. Is that hey, I was doing what I could to be a man, right? And the way I felt was when said woman was done with me, they just, hey, it's just not working out kind of thing, or I'm just not feeling you kind of thing, and I want somebody else. And it kind of left me with a sour taste in my mouth, and I asked Fearless the question earlier about what was your ROI, return on investment. And I could tell you about mine. My return on investment was I got a big fat nothing, felt like a fool. So I joined the red, and so that's why I joined the red pill. It was one of those things that I had I had always had these thoughts, you know, but when like especially like Fresh and Fit came out, for example, and I use Fresh and Fit more because I was a Fresh and Fit fan. Fresh and Fit literally told my thoughts of what had happened to me and how I had felt. So that's why I had joined the Red Pill community.
That's what we got to. So hold that thought, because I want to address the women here. So he joined the Red Pill because they were basically singing to the choir to him. They were giving the experiences that they were saying that these women would do. They're going to use you. You're going to be a simp. You're going to pay. All of the things that they do was he was relating to. How do you address that, Nova? And how do you address that, Anna, to these guys that are that's why they got in, because it spoke to them. Go ahead.
No, I understand. It's like when people finally turn to God because they're in so much pain, right? It's basically the same principle. Darnell, listen, you were leading with your wallet, okay? I've done it, okay? I used to make 6 figures with my company, all right? I used to pay for all my dates. I used to get myself into issues leading with my wallet. As a woman, I did it, and I did it with men, okay? So I understand your pain and your where you went disgruntled with it. But at the end of the day, the red pill isn't going to be your solution. You need to work the problem out internally, because the mere fact that you were pushing with your money and attracting those types of women and getting yourself into those situations started with you to begin with. It wasn't the external. The external was the attract what you were attracting in, because the internal was the problem. Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am. It does. Now, what if
I had to stop. I had to stop doing it because I was attracting gold diggers who were men, and there's a lot of them out there.
Wow.
So don't think it's not just you. It's not just you. Welcome to the club, my friend.
Yeah, it wasn't just me, and I'm sorry for what you had went through. And yes, I do acknowledge. Yes, there are some sorry ass men that are gold diggers. Trust me, as a Lyft driver, I definitely know. But the thing that I am going to say is that the thing was, believe it or not, the red pill actually taught me. What if I told you that the red pill taught me that I was in the wrong, that I was leading with my money? Basically said the same thing that you just said.
Yeah, you can get something. Look, even in the midst of a lie, you can get something. You understand? It's just it's just another type of a selling point. I totally understand and I totally agree, but unfortunately, I also have to go. I wanted to give a shout out for Anna. She was on Fresh and Fit twice. She went up against Destiny. She's been in the space a lot longer than
Really?
me.
You went up against Destiny?
Yeah, she did.
Oh,
she's a badass.
Oh,
yeah.
Do tell.
Yeah,
So-
you tell them, because I gotta go, girl.
Yes, she has to go. Nova has to go. So do me one favor, 2 favor, Novas. Can you
Yes,
put
sir.
your Cash App in the chat, and can you
did.
put your channel in the chat? And
My
so
channel.
I would like to anyone.
My channel is School of Thought with a THOT. It's a play on words. So
Can you put that
School
in
of
for
Thought.
us, Ronan? And please, can
Let me grab it.
anyone here please go to her channel and subscribe to her channel and support
I got
her
it, no,
in
but
any
don't
way.
worry about it.
Oh, you got it? Okay, thank you,
I'll pull it up.
Ronan.
And
I'll
Nova, we
definitely-
appreciate you showing up today. Thank you very much. Your opinion is
Thank you for
valued.
having me on, gentlemen, and it's been a
We will have
pleasure.
to
Say
have you in the future.
everyone to the audience, thank you for watching. Don't
Yeah.
forget to donate to Ronan and Fearless and Darnell, and keep up the patronage with everyone. Okay, we love you all, and I gotta go. Peace
We'll
out.
see you again.
Yes, sir. You will see me again.
I know she's gone, but I'll definitely donate to her channel. Just hopefully she'll catch that. But I'll definitely donate to her channel, and I'll definitely donate to Miss Anna as well. I really value their opinions. This is important.
All right. I know we won't keep Anna too much longer. We've been on about 2 hours, 51 minutes. I thought we had some people in the back, but it looks
We
like
did,
they've
but
dropped.
yeah, the plane took off.
The plane took off. All right. Darnell, do you have any questions for Anna before
Anna,
we?
do you want me to drop your channel?
Sure, that would be great.
Go ahead, Anna. Sorry.
And do you have any advice for Darnell, how he got sucked into the Fresh and Fit? I wouldn't say sucked in, but he said it kind of helped him, their viewpoint and the way that they said their approach to women. What say you, Anna?
Sorry, I'm trying to remember everything you said.
You know, he was taking women out. He was basically spending money on women, and that was
a simp.
Yeah, she doesn't like that word. So he was kind of spending money on women, and they would use him for his resources. And after the resources, they were gone. You know, they would use him for that.
Yeah. I was wondering why I never met one of you guys, like my very own Darnell.
Oh, Darnell, you had a chance back in the day, brother.
I never. I mean, like, no one ever said, "Hey, let me pay for your bills." I'm like, "What the fuck, dude?" I keep on getting this debate topic, and it frustrates me because I'm like, I want it too. Come here.
I mean, you want it too, but at the same time, like at the end of the day, do you respect said man?
No, fuck no. That's you being.
There you go. So you don't really want it.
No.
That's just me being a fool.
Exactly.
No, they don't respect them. They just use them, and that's so the
Exactly.
women you dated did not respect you. They just used you.
Here's the thing.
Exactly.
Here's the thing. There's a buyer and there's a demand based off of how many buyers there are for the product or service. And in this case, there are a lot of pretty women and there's a lot of men, apparently. They're just fucking throwing money at them. And that is just the reality of it. And it's like an addiction for both sides. And just like with drugs, sometimes you're going to get people that are like, I'm ready to change. And then sometimes they go right back into it. And then some people look at them like, what the fuck is wrong with this person? So, you know what I mean? There's just a variation. And I really I'm like survival of the fittest. You know what I mean? Like,
so take advantage of a fool.
what I'm saying is I don't do that. But what I've seen is just like it's addiction or any other obsession, like people are like they're still doing it. There's not like a epidemic of people wanting to like get better. Like you have men, you know, this like I like nerd out right now. I'm like looking up all this shit on pay pigs, and you have men that will send the entire paycheck to the woman who's like dominating them financially.
Oh, yes, I've seen that.
Right?
Go ahead.
Then,
I'm sorry.
no, it's okay. And then the woman is she pays his bills, splits it in half, and then gives him half and she keeps half. And he's supporting his his wife and children on that half. And like there's like wives that are like with children that are finding this shit out at like 5 years of marriage. Like, wait, what?
I've never even heard of pay pigs. I'm trying to look that up. I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, it's the wild, wild west right now. It's very strange out there.
What is pay pigs?
Is that a sugar baby site or something like that?
It's what I just explained. Men, they like you're a man, you get half. Let's say,
is it a website or is it?
No, it's a term like sugar.
Okay.
So Darnell is my.
You a pay pig.
Hypothetically, Darnell is my pay pig, and I dominate him financially. It's like dominatrix, but with money. Darnell gets his check of 10,000, sends it.
That I was getting shot at for. Go ahead.
And then so he sends it to me. I pay his bills. Then I cut that in half. I keep half of it, and I give him the remaining half to live off of.
Man, goodness gracious!
Right?
Well,
No,
not exactly. It wasn't that bad. I never gave half my checks to women. Typically, I would get some kind of sob story. I'm about to get evicted out of my apartment, and I have a son, I got nowhere to go, kind of thing. Or
Darnell, don't ever, ever, ever don't go to Latin America. Don't do that.
I've already been to Latin America.
Too late.
Well,
It's too late. He's getting ready to go to
Yeah.
Brazil and DR too.
There you go.
Because there are women in DR. There's 3 pictures that they go to school for: the empty refrigerator, the IV in their wrist, and their crack phone or rent. And they send you that and say, send you the money. And brother, I know that you must have fallen for all of those.
I haven't gotten the crack phone yet, but I have gotten the empty refrigerator. I have seen that I'm in the hospital, the IV in the wrist. I have seen that. Now,
Anna, how do we help somebody like Darnell?
Because I can't get it.
Because I say this, Anna. In a sense, because he seems like the guy who is, hey, I want to help. I'm that nice. He's a nice guy. You know, I'm taking care of you. I'm doing that. How do we help somebody like Darnell find the compatible woman that wouldn't take advantage of him?
If you gotta say it, because you trying to be PC like a mother.
Just be honest.
Over there trying to say there is no help.
With all due respect, ma'am, I've been to Iraq and Afghanistan. Believe me, I mean, I've experienced some things. So
if you had a woman who had a mask on her face like this, still taking advantage of you, couldn't even see her. Don't say that, brother. Say it ain't so.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying I've been shot at with things you can't imagine. So I can take it. Just be honest.
Be honest. Come on, Anna. And we'll let you go after this. We won't hold you. Give it to us straight, doctor. He can take it.
Yeah, straight, no chaser.
Hey, just chill.
She can't do it.
No, I can. I just wanted to
She's
ask.
trying to preserve your feelings.
I'm trying to.
Right.
I just agreed I'm going to do it. Chill.
I need a shot.
Okay, so Darnell, how long were you with these women? And did you have sex with them?
Yes. I had sex with all of them. For the most part, I was lucky to be with them for, say, a year, with the exception of my ex-fiance, who I was with on again, off again for approximately 4 years.
Okay. And let me give me one story of like a girl that really took you through the ringer.
I would say the worst one, I mean, they all did, but I would say the worst one had to be my ex-fiance, but that was only due to the fact that, again, I was pursuing that for 4 years. But again, that wasn't her fault. That was mine.
Why was it your fault?
It was my fault because there were red flags, there were warning signs, but I chose to ignore those red flags and warning signs. I chose to show that, hey, I'm a good man, that I'm going to prove myself to you, kind of thing, and I'm going to show you why I deserve to be with you, despite the fact that she told me, I really don't want to be with you. Damn. It wasn't that she said it in those words, but it was her actions. It was, there were times where she did say that, she did. It was like she wasn't trying to. She felt bad, so she didn't. It was like she was trying to spare my feelings.
Do
So
you think the more money you paid, the better of a chance you had? Did you have that mentality?
yes, in my youth, yes, when I was very ignorant.
Okay, so what about now? Do you still do that?
No.
Okay, so you learned from those mistakes.
Yes, I did. But again, it was thanks to the red pill that I learned from my mistakes. I learned don't lead with your wallet. Recognize when you see the red flags or the warning signs. Don't ignore them. Don't try to qualify a woman, because I did try to qualify. Don't try to qualify. Just if she says there's certain words and things, that language that she may use, and body language, because women do communicate a lot with body language that they have. Look at that, and you have to be assertive. And one of the things I did learn, and I do go through therapy through the VA, is that I fail at being assertive. Not aggressive, but assertive.
Yeah, of course. Anyone that pays like that much has a problem being assertive. Either that or you like it, pain.
So do you think that something like a Fresh and Fit would help him out? I know we said the red pill doesn't help, but what advice do you give him? I'm still waiting for you to give him some advice.
Yeah. Can you shut up? I was asking you questions for a reason.
Okay.
Of course you're gonna say okay.
Yeah, you got to be assertive. You be like, hold up, don't be telling me to shut up. See, she just got over on you, Darnell. You're supposed to be assertive. What happened to you?
No, I want to entertain what she has to say.
But you should be like, don't tell me to shut up, woman.
No, he should be assertive, not aggressive, and that's exactly what he is. It's so. I like to explain it to everyone that like you're like half feminine, half masculine, and for women, masculine is saying what you're or doing what you're saying you're gonna do. Those kinds of things are masculine, not like burr, you need to be like a man. And for men, it's really just there's two parts. One is being in touch with your like emotions, and the other side is being able to have healthy boundaries for yourself. Like men constantly look for women to create this like safe space and then get let down because she's human. But men need to be able to create that for themselves. And it sounds like what you keep doing is you're trying to find that in someone else. And when you can create that for yourself, you're going to stop being so desperate. Because like the behavior has a root cause, and the root cause comes from the instability.
Instability of what?
Whatever happened to you, I don't know.
Kind of vague. Kind of like Fresh and Fit. Do you agree?
Yeah, and like I said earlier, I said that in their beginning stages, what they talked about and what Andrew Tate and the Tate brothers in general, and a lot of these guys spoke about, wasn't just about dating. It had to do with more things that guys were struggling with in regards to being single parents, left high and dry, all of that stuff. And there was a market, so it did what it needed to. What I said earlier is that it died down and now it's oversaturated, and we are talking about men's issues and they're just talking about it negativity. It's kind of like the Luigi pew pew thing situation where it was like Republicans against Democrats, but in that situation everyone was on the same side, and you could really see the people that were creating this false narrative of everyone should be condemning each other. And like there's like 3 or 4 YouTubers that all got basically unsubscribed.
So question to Darnell. I think somebody put this in the chat, obstacles. He says that they all talk great facts still to today. Again, you have to apply the actions. Were you applying what Fresh and Fit was saying? Level up physically, monetarily, the things that they were saying. Were you even applying that? Respect yourself, be a simp.
The issue that I had was one, I became an alcoholic. That was one of the hindrance that I had. And thanks to Fresh and Fit, I ain't gonna lie, I walked into the VA and I said, I need help. You know, I'm an alcoholic and I need help. And it wasn't just women; it was also my career. But women were a part of it.
Oh, you'll probably
You know,
find a
my
girlfriend in
house.
AA.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said you'll probably find a girlfriend in AA.
You said I grew up in AA.
No, you may
No,
find a
she said you could find a
in-
girlfriend in AA, but sometimes that's not recommended because then
Yeah.
codependence
Yeah.
in their recovery.
She won't
Yeah.
take for your money.
Not necessarily.
Step up.
I was in AA, ma'am. I don't know if you've been in AA, but I was there, and yes, there are some men that are in AA for the wrong reasons.
And Dwight in the chat says you're a defective man. Dwight, I would say this: there are a lot of defective men out there. A lot of men who are struggling, who are trying to find their way, and they're looking to reach to someone. And sometimes they go to Fresh and Fit because they hear that advice. They hear what it has done, and it's just not in that space. There's people who go to religion for that. There's people who are poor, and somebody says, "Hey, I can get you rich in a few days."
Right.
So we all gravitate to something to help us out. So at least he's trying to get helped out. And
How long have
in
you been sober for, Darnell?
Not long. Let's see. I got out of AA in May of 24. So not long.
So you've been sober since May of 24?
No.
Yeah, he's like, I ain't sober since yesterday. Not joking with you. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. Tonight's podcast did encourage me to crack open a beer. One of the things, and I spoke to Obstacles about this. No, I'm sorry. I spoke to Ronan about this actually offline. But I negotiated a bad deal for myself where I damn near paid my agent. What was it, 20%? And I was sober doing that, and I let him. He damn near took advantage of me. I had a couple of drinks. I said, "Man, this don't sound right." And next thing you know, I called my agent up. I said, "Hey, man, you're gonna have to take a haircut."
Now, maybe you should get like a year sober, and then start thinking about dating, because you're kind of a shit show right now, man.
Why do you say I'm a shit show?
Because you're talking about finding the solution and being like, yeah, I went to the VA and I said I need help, but you're drinking right now and you're just like, but I don't know why I got taken advantage of, and I love red pill, and it's like, bro, that's like a stepping stone of all the.
No, you're wrong. I didn't say that. I said thanks to the red pill, I finally had an understanding of what I was doing wrong.
But there's a difference. You can that's a fat person saying, "I understand I'm fat," but there has to be an action behind it. Just having an understanding of what you are means nothing. What are you doing? What are you doing to change that behavior? So if you're fat, you say, "Yeah, I'm fat. I identify." They showed me I was fat, but now they also said exercise. They also said eat right. They also said do these other things. Are you doing those things, Darnell?
What I did was, when I recognized that I had a drinking problem, I first of all went to the VA. I said, "Hey, I have a drinking problem. I need help." It was a point where I couldn't go 36 hours. I literally tried. The most I went was 36 hours without a drink, and I was shaking.
You still didn't answer.
Well, I'm answering the question right now. I couldn't go 36 hours without a drink. I kept going back to the VA. Hey, I can't go 36 hours without a drink. Okay, I had to take many shots of Vivitrol. Okay, it's a very painful injection. Very painful. All right. I had to go. They said, "Hey, why don't you go to rehab?" I went to rehab.
But you're not sober.
But I'm able to walk into a bar and not order a drink. Seriously, I can order a cranberry juice. I can order what do they call it? Air beer.
Hold on, Darnell. The significance of you going into a bar and not having a drink is, why would you go into a bar knowing that you have a problem in the first place?
It's like a fat person going to the McDonald's and saying, "See, I'm not eating French fries right now."
Yeah, I got that salad that they gave me over.
Why would you have all the temptation around you in the first place? You just don't go in those places.
Because the thing is, Ronan, as you know, I like to frequent sports bars. I like to watch my football games. Now it's the playoffs. I like
with more and more excuses from like different angles.
No, ma'am, it's not excuses. These are things that I like to do. I like to play pool. What do you have at pool? What do you have at pool halls or bars that have pool tables? You're going to have alcohol.
Okay, so Darnell, I actually used to be a counselor for drugs and alcohol, and it's like, this is my specialty, my guy. So it's like you just keep on going in different circles of why you can't, and your life is in shambles, and the only thing to get your life out of shambles would seem to be not drinking and drugging and getting your shit together, and then think about dating. I mean, maybe you might find a sugar mama. Like, you never know.
Well, I don't want a sugar mama, but as far as the drugs, I don't do drugs. As far as making excuses, I don't recall making excuses. In fact, I said Fresh and Fit taught me that it was my fault.
But what did they teach you? They taught you it was your fault. But what actions did you take to change that behavior?
I'm not leading with.
When's the last time you sent money to a woman?
Last time I sent money to a woman.
Not even sent money. Let's say bought something, because maybe you bought something and didn't send her money. You could have bought something. When's the last time you bought something?
November.
So 2 months ago.
You know why. Don't say it.
I know, but that didn't pan out.
Not necessarily. That was more my end because I entered in some real estate deals. And
okay, let's talk about this. One thing that Fresh and Fit also talks about is getting yourself together. Yes. One thing we've had a discussion with you about is you went over a year without getting a haircut.
Yeah, it's very common. Very common to me.
They've given you the instructions to say, hey, man, you need to groom yourself. You need to cut your beard. You need to, shave and cut your hair. You didn't take any of that advice.
Well, as far as that goes, to be honest with you, I'm not.
Stop. What Anna said, you didn't listen. And Anna, can you repeat what you said about excuses? You kept saying all you keep hearing from him are excuses.
Yeah,
every time you do it, he keeps giving an excuse.
No, let Anna speak, because I want to hear from Anna right now. Go ahead, Anna.
That's it. You just give a lot of excuses. You have a really addictive personality. You're addicted to women. You're addicted to alcohol. You're addicted to red pill. You're addicted to ideologies. And you seem like you're in a lot of pain or anguish to get you to this point. You seem like you need to somehow at any point invest in yourself and get quiet or do something for yourself, because you just need to chill and breathe to be able to make right decisions for yourself.
Well, I find pleasure in doing things for others versus myself. Maybe it's something in Christianity that I picked up.
That's self-deprecation again. It's like, what are you, a fucking Jesus on the cross right now? No, we already had him die for the sins. You are supposed to just chill and live life and do the best that you can. That you being a sacrificial lamb, let me hurt myself, and it's a good thought. No one even knows what your thought is. You know what I mean?
Well, blessed are those that give.
Yeah, and faith without works is dead.
But there's a limit to suffrage. Here's the thing, hold on, real quick. There's a limit to suffrage. You shouldn't have to live your life in suffering. and it seems like you have this the penance type of thing that you're going through, like you're paying homage or penance for something maybe you did in the past. I'm getting that kind of feel from him.
You
Because
know,
I'd say, Darnell, go ahead and throw me some super chat then if you feel like giving.
yeah, me too, brother.
Yeah.
I've been super chatting all night.
No, you've been super chatting one person. Spread that around. We guessed.
So
Well,
poverty.
you
Listen,
talk to Ronan.
so poverty.
Go ahead.
Poverty as penance actually came from the Roman Empire.
Mhm.
They didn't, because there wasn't enough food and everyone was living in poverty. They went and wrote that into the Bible and wrote it as part of law that poverty is penance, so that people would suffer in silence as opposed to rioting from starvation. So that's not even real. It didn't come from the original text in any form whatsoever. In fact, the original text says that we should not be suffering at all.
I mean, that's definitely not true, because especially certain portions of the Bible were written long before even the Roman Empire entered Jerusalem.
And those parts do not talk or address poverty as penance at all. They say the opposite.
No, actually, it does.
When does it say that? When does it say I need to help these hoes out? I don't know where it say that.
Well, it doesn't say I need to help those hoes out. But when, for example, and I'm going to name an actual example of the Bible.
Stop,
Oh, no! Don't tell me to stop.
Wait,
No, don't tell me.
Okay,
Darnell, hold on.
Okay.
Calm down. All right. What were you about to say, Fearless, before he starts?
Because in the Bible, it talks about a parable where you throw your seeds and they grow.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're the person who is throwing your seeds in concrete, brother. I don't understand what you're saying. Don't do the Bible like that. And you're not taking the advice of the Bible. Don't pick and choose what you want to do. You know, here's the thing. Advice is something you ask for when you already know the answer, but wish you didn't. You keep asking for advice. You've been on these panels for over a year. We keep telling you the same fucking thing, and you keep doing the same opposite of what we tell you. So why are you here asking for the advice, and we keep telling you what to do, and you do the complete opposite? We've sat in here when you said, man, you need to go get a fucking haircut. It don't cost you that money to get a haircut. Instead of giving $20 to Ronan, I love you, Ronan, no problem with that, brother. Send that brother $20 back, and you go get a haircut in the shade. We sat when you was getting a haircut, and we said, what are you doing, man? They took off a centimeter of your hair, and you're like, that's enough. And you gave an excuse about that. Why aren't you going to the barbershop, getting your hair cut, getting your trim? And I've talked about this. I said, man, if you look good on the outside, people will treat you differently. You look like a fucking big a Sasquatch, and then you think people are going to treat you right with your hair wild and you're going out, you're not respecting yourself. We keep trying to tell you respect yourself, and I'm not saying this out of hatred, man. I'm saying this out of love. I'm saying get yourself together. I hate to see you getting used up. You're not taking care of yourself. You don't even respect yourself. So how do you want anybody respect you? How can I respect you when you look crazy like that? You're not doing anything for that. You keep making excuses. Get yourself together, man. When you do that, you start to feel good about yourself. You get a haircut, you're trimmed up, you're looking good. People will treat you differently. When somebody walks on the street and you look like a bum, they're going to treat you like a bum. When you start looking good, smelling good, dressing nice, people will start to treat you differently, and you will start to respect yourself differently. People are running over you because you have no self-respect for yourself. You have no confidence in yourself, and people see it, and there's predators out there and there are prey out there. You are the prey, and these predators are sharks in the water, and they smell blood, and that's why they're taking advantage of you every time, brother.
Well, you said a lot there. Let me just say really quickly about as far as the grooming. Yes, I was getting my hair cut on the regular. I was taking better care of myself. Not that really did a whole lot. There was no ROI off of that, or at least not for me.
ROI, brother, is when you look in the mirror and you say, I look good. You ever seen a woman walk out the beauty shop when she got her nails done and her hair done and she looking good? It makes you feel good on the inside. You're doing it for yourself. Why are you worried about validation from somebody else? Why don't you validate it for yourself, brother?
Yes, I did struggle with validation, I'll admit. But I also wanted to address a point you had mentioned, the Bible that you mentioned, and the fact of about planting seeds. In the Bible, it also states about tithe. Do you know do you know about tithes, paying tithes in the church? Do you know about that?
Where does that go? Where do the tithes go? Because you're gonna bring me up on something. Tithes goes to widows and orphans. Are you a widow or a fucking orphan? Which one are you? And who you giving your money to? Widows and orphans.
Well, the tithes actually go to the church. You pay 10% of your income. In the Bible, believe it or not,
you paying money to church, or you paying money to hoes? Which one?
I did pay money. I did pay money to the church. Yes, I gave 10% of my income while I was deployed to Iraq for the church.
Did this? Oh, man, it's
hold
hard.
on, calm down. So, Darnell, the 10% thing of giving is just to show that you're being obedient to God. Okay, it's not a point of factor that you have to suffer. God didn't say you had to suffer your whole life in order to get rewards in heaven. He wants you to prosper. You're living in the reverse. It's like you're trying to live as a old school priest from old England days, where you go around and collect the church's donations and take it back to the church. You shouldn't have to live like that. And you're in a position right now, we've talked offline about this, where you can be very cognizant on how to control your income right now. And get yourself together to where you will never have to physically put in any work beside in investigating new investments. You're in that position right now. You can either grab it and take control of it, or it's going to run away from you. And some of the things as far as personal hygiene or even getting up to make your bed, these are all important factors in order to build upon, in order to establish yourself in a consistent way. Like every day you wake up, you get yourself a cup of coffee, you make your bed, you take a moment to just do some self-reflecting, take some notes, some meditation, and then you get into your day.
Let me
These are all orderly things that get you motivated to do the things you need to do. And if you don't have a process in the morning, you're just moving from one thing to another, days start to run into weeks. Yes. Nothing gets done.
Darnell, I have I'm plugging myself because that's what I do anyway. I got a new channel, and I got a video that you need to watch. I'm gonna put it in the chat, and anybody else needs to watch this, you can watch it. I'm gonna put it not only in the back chat for you, I'm gonna put it in the chat. You need to go here, and the basis of this video was based on a admiral who says, make your bed, because making your bed makes a routine. That routine makes you a better person. By doing that on a daily basis, you start to create a habit. I don't think you have that habit. I don't think you have something that says, I wake up to, I do this, I do that, I do this. What goals do you have? Where do you see yourself in 30 days, in a year, in 5 years?
And speaking of bed, I need to go to sleep.
Oh, right.
She put the finger up like she was at church. I swear to God, I thought I saw a finger go up.
You did. Attack.
All right, Anna, we appreciate you coming in. I dropped your page. Everybody has your Cash App. Hopefully some people will donate to your Cash App. Go and follow Anna Marco on the link that I dropped in the chat room.
Marco.
And yeah, we got you.
Thanks.
We got you.
And hopefully we'll see you again.
You too. Thanks, guys. Have a good night. And Darnell,
you
help.
I love how you threw that dagger at me on the way out.
No, it's not meant to be a dagger. It's meant to be like a supportive, like, go get help. I'm sorry for that. I didn't mean for it to come out as a dagger.
I just said that I went to the VA, things of that nature, and a dagger's a dagger.
I did.
I do. I've been going to the VA for years. You just didn't know, but that's okay.
Sober. You need to go get sober.
Yeah. I as far as sobriety, and I'll tell you, I typically refrain from drinking for the most part.
Good. It wasn't meant to be a dagger. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Anna, you have a good night.
And
Anna.
And don't worry, Miss Anna. I will definitely support your cash. I'll definitely send some money to your Cash App, and I'll send money to what was the other lady's name? Star
Nova.
Star Nova. I'll definitely send some money to her Cash App as well. I think I value you all the time.
Thanks. You too. Anything else?
No, you're good. Thank you so much again, Anna. Anna Marco.
Mako.
I'm so sorry. There's no R in there. I know this.
You keep butchering her name. God damn.
Okay.
Like I said.
I'll keep correcting it. You're good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
All right. Hold on for a second, Darnell. We're going to get Obstacles in this because he's been off and on the back of the chat for a while now. I know he's got some wisdom pearl or something going on back there that he's ready to just crack open to spill all over us. So go ahead, Obstacles.
Shout outs to the panel. It was a good show. Definitely always are out here, whether it's Thursday therapies or just even platforms like this. It's just good content, good quality content, and from people who are competent. So shout outs to that. And definitely, I would say overall, just the red pill, shout outs to them. I think that, click-through rate of anything is very low. So Dave Ramsey can tell fools all day to save, don't get in debt, but people can just continue to do it. Bigger pockets can tell people to invest, but maybe the click rate as far as 20%. So again, I did a video where somebody was complaining about Andrew Tate, saying, he hypnotized a bunch of young boys to do what? And then you see what the boys were doing. They were waking up, starting a business at the age of 15, working out, going to school on time. So a lot of people are having these scary, narratives as if these individuals who influence people influence them to do something evil. And so that's not what's happening on the ground. Now, Darnell, he got to run with it. Shout outs to going to the VA, right? But as Fearless said, there's nothing else to be said on top of what he said. You get me? So it all comes down to the individual and that click-through rate. That's what you're seeing right now, a failure to click through and actually follow up with more. Not saying that the VA is not good. Yeah, go to the VA and say you need help, but the VA can't help you if you ain't willing to help yourself. So again, it's up to the individual and the click rate. So, I'm not going to beat a dead horse. Keep saying the same thing. Fearless said it all. Nothing to be said after that, right? So, and then that guy has to make a decision. Now, unlike Fearless, I'm not going to be sad for you. You decide your own future. That's your own narrative. That's your own story. I got no legacy to feel. I ain't got no time to feel sorry for people who don't even feel sorry for themselves. Why would I care more about your life than you care about your own life? That's crazy.
That's a GM. You're dropping GMs, brother.
So if you don't take control and do what Fearless said, be fearless in the recreation of yourself and be talking about women and shit. You shouldn't be talking about women. We got to get ourselves not drinking. We got to get ourselves groomed. We got to get ourselves extra X, Y, and Z just for yourself. And if somebody got to sit down and tell you, hey, do it for yourself, not necessarily external validation or for the chicks, then you got a lot of work. Everything else should be suspended. You should know no history. You don't need to know anything else. What you need to focus on is yourself because you're not doing enough work on that, obviously, from your actions. And again, great first step by going to the VA and asking them for help. But Veterans Affairs is just an organization to help you when you're ready to use them so you can help yourself. So again, do the work, man. Fearless told you. Click through.
That is a powerful statement, Obstacles, and I'm going to be honest with you, you always inspire me, man. It's insane. It's insane. I don't know how to follow that.
Nothing to follow, just follow through.
Yeah, about to say that's how you do it. Follow through.
Follow
Listen
through.
to the prescription. Like the thing you need to do is go back to YouTube or whatever device, clip out what Fearless said. Listen to that every minute you wake up. Sometimes I don't feel like going to the gym. I listen to David Goggins. He tell me to stop being a punk. I go to the gym. Like there's so many people who could just help you along the way and mentor you and be in your ear. So clips of what Fearless said is continuously paying and helping you move in that direction that you want to move into. You get what I'm saying? So don't worry about it. You could do the work. There's people obviously here that spent the time saying what they got to say to help you out. So it's 2025, bro. The choice is yours. You got it. Shoot, we ain't sleeping on you, but you sleeping on yourself. So we ain't got no choice but to keep moving. There's other people who want to get saved.
And right now, you have a lot of freedom to yourself. And maybe
Yes, I do.
And maybe that's the thing that
might be his problem.
That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
The freedoms that you have now, and a lot of people say money only accentuates who you are.
Exactly.
Now that you have it, who are you, Darnell?
Exactly.
Who are you going to prove yourself to be? The person that you aspire to in your brain, the person that inspires you between obstacles, Fearless, myself, and other people that you listen to try to keep you motivated. This is where this is your defining line right here. This is where you're going to either blast off and accelerate to the goals and objectives that you had before you had the available funds to do it, or you're going to be a crash out. And nobody on this panel wants to see you crash out. But we can't do it. You got to do it. All we can do is encourage you and point you in the right direction. But you got to take that step. And every step, like we always say, the only way to eat an elephant is one bite at a time. The only way you can get to your objective is one step at a time.
Can you do me a favor, Darnell? Yeah, or can you cam up?
Yes, I can cam up really quickly.
Cam up. I just want to see.
Why? You saw him the other night, and it ain't changed.
I just want to.
It ain't changed. You saw him the other night.
Let me see. Cam up, Darnell. So Darnell, I have no problem.
Yes, sir.
We love. So don't get this wrong and don't take this in any other way. We love that you support our channel, brother. I love it. My question is, what have you done for yourself? Because that looks like the same T-shirt you was wearing yesterday when you was on. Looks like the same. Looks
I
like
messed up.
Am I right? Are you wearing the same T-shirt, my brother?
No, you're right. You're right. I'm wearing the same T-shirt I wore yesterday.
So I have no problem with you supporting our channel, but maybe you need to take one of those $20 and support yourself, man. You'll feel so much better in something that you do for yourself. Take $10 of that, man. I know you told us you got a haircut and a beard, shave. Man, you still look the same. There's nothing, no lineup. There's nothing fresh about you. Why don't you go on a Saturday morning or go somewhere and say, you know what?
Bruh, I was gray 2 days
myself.
ago. Do you recall the live I went on? I was gray. You see any gray anywhere?
You see any gray on me?
You see a haircut?
Yeah, I see it. You
And the
look
waves.
fresh.
Look at the waves.
The waves, the attention.
I almost got seasick.
I'm getting seasick. I'm seasick.
Come on now. Hey, come on, man.
Judge
What's wrong
Judy,
with
there was this woman who was suing who was in Judge Judy's courtroom about a haircut. And Judge Judy said, you know the difference between a good haircut and a bad haircut?
What's that?
3 weeks. That's all, because it's going to grow back. So what are you so afraid of to just go ahead and take your hair down? Get a haircut, brother. If you take it completely down and transform yourself and you don't like it, in 3 weeks, it'll be back to where you at. So why don't you do something transformative?
I ain't gonna lie to you, Fearless. Remember I told you my favorite barbershop closed and I went to another barber.
Stop.
They fucked me up. They fucked me up.
You making another excuse. You
Y'all
making
saw
another excuse.
Ronan. You made fun of my hairline, and you saw it.
Oh, I
You
ain't
made
never
fun
made
of my
fun of
hairline.
it.
Yes,
I ain't got no
you
reason.
did.
Look, if I lift this up, I ain't got no
Yeah, he
reason to make
probably
fun of
didn't do that
nobody's
then, 'cause-
hairline. I know damn
I
well
know.
I ain't say nothing.
Yes, you did. You made fun of my. You said, "Man, your hairline receipt." That's because it took way too much
Let me ask you a
off
question.
my hairline.
Why does that matter, man? I got on the website when we were online, and I went to where you were at, and I pointed out about 6. There was a Dominican, a Puerto Rican, a black. I pointed out 6 different barbershops that were close to you that you could have went to. You was in the barbershop with us, and we like, bro, you Darnell, you left the barbershop looking the same way you came in.
No. Everything was closed. Everything was a lot shorter than what it was. My beard was more kempt.
If we looking at you saying you look the same that you came in, that means it's not transformational, man.
Yeah.
So stop making excuses and stop doing the action. And believe me, brother, we're not saying this out of hate. If I did not care about you, I wouldn't say anything to you. I'm just tired. I'm tired of you doing the same thing and not getting anywhere. You it's a pattern. And
in this room, we hold everybody accountable. We hold each other accountable.
Yes, sir. Just like the red pill. Just like the red pill.
I don't necessarily want to be compared to them, but I'm just saying, military-wise, we hold each other accountable.
Yes, sir. We do.
Red pill.
I mean, I can't tell you trimmed up because you got hair way down here past your Adam's apple. So I know that ain't nobody trimmed you up.
Yeah,
I ain't got a line on you.
It just grows fast.
Wait, hold on.
It grows
What's
fast.
the point? Yo, D, let me ask you a question, man. Let me just ask you this. Look, what's the point, my brother? It'd be different if you had like 8 eyes on your head. If you got a sharp beard and got your hair done, got some better glasses, you be a sharp brother. You be a good-looking brother. You got like only one life, my homie. What else is there after this? We don't know. We not quite sure. But what I tell you now is I'm going to live my best life. I don't care about no externals. I only got one. This is the most important video game that you'll ever play in life. It's life itself. Why would you want to go just floating through life, just existing? That's not a good existence, man. Because if a doctor came and told you got 3 months to live, it would all hit you very quick. Take it. There's people battling cancers. There's little kids that won't see the age of 20. I was just watching a guy on YouTube telling how his wife passed away at the age of 27 due to colon cancer. And she fought hard for her life. And here you are, packing sand, not fighting hard for your life, and you wearing a crown called health. Every single day you wake up, God give you breath, you breathe in and you breathe out and you wake the heck up. Some people just don't wake up. And then you just skimming on that every day. Don't do that. Live the life the best way you can. Because you got it. It'd be different if you was just ugly. I'd be like, dang, all right, you can't do that. Just find something else in life. But you got so much things to compliment you right now. So go do it. Damn what the red pill say. They say a lot, and that's cool. But you got to do more. Do more for yourself, man. Because shoot, man, I'm not going to live life like that. Damn, I'm not floating, bro. And don't get it twisted. RT said a great thing. I'm out here with Thailand. There's guys who crash out. They got no existence. They got retirement. They got too much time on their hands, so they're at the bar with a goddamn drink every single day, just putting toxic in their body. So you got to be ready, because once you came into that money and you came in that financial security, now you're sitting around floating. Create a new identity. Create a new life. You're a man, the greatest thing to be on this planet. You could be whatever you want to be. Go do it.
The problem obstacles that I surrounded myself, and you even mentioned this on your channel, but I surrounded myself with, I ain't gonna lie, people with a loser mindset.
Look,
that
I'm not doing this to you, and I'm not trying to promote my channel, but that's what I created my channel for. I want you to go. I got one where I said how I went from the fry guy to that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And it tells you habits that get you from one place to another. And all of those videos are how can you get to be better? You keep using this word, but, and you got to get rid of that in your vocabulary. You keep saying, I would do this, but, or I would do this, but. That word should be not in your vocabulary, friend. Obstacles is right. You landed into an opportunity. What do you plan to do with it? You can transform yourself. Won't you take just you don't have, look, man. You ever heard of Temu? Or what is that? What is that place?
Yeah,
Temu?
Temu.
Yeah, Temu.
Yeah, Temu.
Yeah.
Temu, whatever.
Man, you can get some new clothes. You can get a whole new wardrobe for about $200. You go in there and be like, get you one of them shirts for $5. You get some for $200. You can be a new person. That means haircut, clothes, everything. New person. I promise you. If you took that money and did that to yourself, people would talk to you different. They would look at you different. You would
feel different.
Yes, you would start to look at yourself different. Man, I'm gonna try to find this I'm gonna try to find this part, and not, hey, I'm.
We brought Nova back up. Hold on. We got Nova back up here because she wanted to say a few things to Darnell. And
hello. I came back just for you. Hi.
Oh, wow.
I came back just for you. Look. You're not a bad looking guy. Go see a barber. Get yourself cleaned up. You're going to feel good. And when you feel good and you look good, you put your best foot forward, people react to you differently. You don't need red pill as a substitute. Find yourself. It would be more beneficial to find yourself a therapist. Okay? And then it's not a slight on you when I say that at all. It happens to the best of us.
Hell, I've been through therapy. I admit it right now. I like PTSD. What the fuck?
Yeah.
I have a therapist as we speak. Great therapist. Unfortunately, I don't have as much access. He's moved up in the VA, and I don't have as much access to him as I would like.
Get another one. Stop. Don't keep on making.
Ronan, you know the VA. You know the VA. There's a lot of shitty doctors, and you know when you get a good doctor, you do not want to give up a good doctor. You know damn well.
Listen. If you can't find one in the VA, then what you do is get a referral out, and you go to a private doctor, and you get one. You can get referred out. You have the right of outside referral. You making an excuse. Get an outside referral and go pick a doctor that you like, and get a referral to him.
That's true. I have a referral for my glaucoma. So
proactive, not reactive. Proactive, not reactive. Proactive, not reactive.
Yeah, I remember those words.
I'm gonna do this for you, Darnell, because you actually inspire me to make great videos. I appreciate it. So this is one of the videos that I thought in number 5 was made for you. This is let's see if did I put that up? Let's see what happened to that. Give me 1 second. Entire screen here. Share. Number 5, habits you should do every day. Make your bed. I'm gonna let you listen to this. Just this part.
Go ahead and play it.
And in your room makes you feel more organized and less chaotic. You ever see a man leave the barber shop and watch that man coming out with a fresh fade?
Just got faded.
And look how he walks. Look at the pep in his step. It resets your mindset. You get a sense of accomplishment and control over your surroundings. How do you expect to control a fleet of hoes if you can't even control your own surrounding? I just let you go to let you know that how that is. So those are the little habits, man, you're not doing. What do you do every day to make yourself better?
I do what I can for those I care about and those I love.
No. See,
you don't
let
love
me ask
yourself.
that question
That's the
again.
problem, huh?
Exactly. I said,
You
what
have
are
to
you
have
doing
to
for
consider
yourself? Exactly, Nova. Did you hear how he answered? I said, what are you doing for yourself? And you said, what you doing for somebody else?
Because it
you
brings
need to
me
treat yourself like you're like a friend. Instead of all these other instead of all the external stuff and all the external people, you need to look at yourself and treat yourself like somebody that you care about. Because if you don't, nobody else will. Trust me on that.
I'll be honest with you, ma'am. When I was a child, I have to admit I was a selfish bastard and fool.
Child, like what? Like 10 or something? Like what do you mean?
Even when I was 10, yes, I was a selfish bastard. I mean, growing even up until my late teens, early 20s, I was a selfish bastard. Didn't care about it, other people's needs and things of that nature. I didn't care about anything. All I cared about was material things, and
Right.
perhaps, this.
Are you punishing yourself for it? Is that what you're doing? Is
I
that how you're
believe it.
punishing yourself?
I don't like to use the term punishment, but I like the term penance.
Okay. Well, I think your penance is done. Now start caring about yourself and other people, but put yourself first, okay? Otherwise, you're going to be used up like a rug and attract all of the predators. And that includes women, because there's predators both for men and women.
Darnell, did you hear what we said to the therapist? Or maybe that went to the therapist. I don't know when that was, Ronan. We were asked a question about what's important to us. And we said, we can lose friends because we can get friends back. We can lose money because we can re-earn them. The one thing that you can never get back is time. Why you think time is so valuable? When you commit a crime, what do they give you? What do they give you,
Time.
Darnell? Because that's how valuable time is. That's how valuable it is. That if you do something wrong, they'll punish you by giving you time. What are you doing with your time? Are you wasting your time?
Well, I mean, I hope not. I've made several moves that I believe, unfortunately, that, unfortunately, I was, I have two special need brothers.
Stop.
Okay.
Every fucking time I ask you what you're doing for yourself, you talk about somebody else.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear about nobody else. I don't want to hear about your brothers, your uncles, your aunts, hoes overseas. I keep asking you what you're doing for yourself, and you keep talking about somebody else.
Well,
I wish I could find this famous picture, man, and I'm gonna try to find it. It's a Cincinnati artist that did it. You keep talking, and I'm gonna bring this up because he explained this to me, and it was so fascinating.
Darnell, it's like a country. A country that is not healthy and well and fit cannot reach out and help others, right?
Yes.
You can't save yourself if your homeland is sinking all around you. So you're not going to be able to save others. So I'm glad you're very giving and whatnot, but you need to stop putting everything and everyone first.
Unfortunately, ma'am, I was diagnosed with glaucoma. I will go blind, and I was diagnosed in my 30s.
My dad had that.
Yes, I ain't gonna lie, it's horrible. I mean, I literally got to change my computers to this dark theme and all this other stuff just so I can ease my life. I can't, when I drive, people's headlights give me headaches. I can't see. It's insane, unfortunately. And, perhaps I don't know, but perhaps it is penance, for selfish ways of the past. I that I don't know, but I do know people that have died young for one reason or another, and perhaps this is divine punishment. All I can do is accept the fact and do what I can for those that I care about, because I'm going to be honest with you, ma'am, I don't think society, and no offense to anybody on this panel, I have respect for everyone on this panel, but I don't think anyone's going to care for my two special need brothers when I'm gone, when my father's dead, when my mother's gone. No one's going to care. No one's going to help them.
Okay. Well, here, I got a scripture for you because you want to bring up God. All right. This is James, 1:13. Let no man say he is tempted. I am tempted of God, for God cannot be tempted with evil, neither tempteth he any man. but every man is tempted when he is drawn away and out of his own lust and enticed. Okay? So it's not God doing that.
Yeah, I never said it
Yeah,
was.
I hope that finds you well. Okay?
It does.
Here's the thing. I'm going to put a little bit of your business out there.
Okay.
I think your home kept you stable. The minute you stole it, you lost somewhat of what you thought was your stability. And because you don't have a permanent plan right now, where are you going? You feel lost again. So you fell off the wagon, you started drinking.
No, actually, I started drinking tonight's episode. Actually, I wasn't drinking before.
But
like
you're in that hotel room, still trying to figure out where you're going.
Actually, well, yeah, I'm in the hotel room, but I'm in my house right now as I speak.
Yeah, but that's only a matter of time before you've already sold that, so it's only a matter of time. So whether you're in a mindset that you're giving up your stability, but you sold it, and you made good money off of it. Now it's like you need to apply. Where's your next roof going to be? What's your next plan? We've talked offline several times between me, you, obstacles. I think even Fearless has sat in on a couple of our conversations offline. So where are you at with where you're going next?
Well, as you know, Ronan, I am under contract to purchase another property, another 10
Right.
acres.
Without giving too many details, give me where you're going next. Have you decided to move overseas? Are you staying here? What are you doing?
I still want to move overseas. Unfortunately, the reality of it happening, I'm starting to come to terms that it may not happen.
All right. So then what I'm trying to tell you to do right now is, honest to God, the best advice I can tell you right now.
Okay.
You need to go check yourself in the hospital right now and get under medical supervision. Get yourself back up on your feet and get your mind straight before you apply and do anything with that money or anything else with your life. Go service yourself, get your mind right, get back into therapy. I don't care what kind of therapy. You need to talk to somebody right now, because all I can see you just sliding down a slope, and you have the freedom to do it right now because you have no responsibilities. That tie to that house was your linchpin, and now you don't have that.
No, I still have two
yourself in.
brothers.
I understand. You can't take care of nobody. You can't take care of nobody until you take care of yourself. Understand that. You need to go check yourself in first. You need to deal with your issues first before you can help them.
I agree with him.
I found this painting, Darnell, and this is the one I was looking for because I met the artist. He's a famous artist. And he explained this painting to me. You see the guy that is on the wall reaching over and there's a hand coming up?
Yep.
He said the guy is pulling him up. He didn't jump over the wall to push him down, to push him up. He said he stayed where he's at and he's reaching to pull him over. What that means is you can't help nobody by trying to go to their level to push them up. The only way you can help somebody is to bring them up to your level. So you keep saying, how I'm going to help some special needs person out. Well, if you don't help yourself out, if you jump over the wall and come down to that person's level, y'all both in the same situation. The only way you can help somebody up is to pull them up to your level. You have to make yourself better. But you keep saying, you keep trying to go down to people's level and saying you can help them. That hurts you, man. That will hurt you every single time.
The best thing you can do for your brothers is help yourself first.
Exactly.
Then you can give them aid.
But I will become a useless blind man.
Fuck it, Darnell. Just become a useless blind man, man. Because I know Ann Keller that couldn't see or she couldn't hear. And she ain't had no more excuses than what you got.
And that hasn't
Everything
happened
you keep
yet.
saying is excuses, man. If you
That has
gonna
not
go
happened
blind,
yet.
what
So why are you talking about it right now?
What are you doing?
That has not happened yet.
You keep just making excuses for everything. I'm gonna be blind. Man, I can't come to this fucking party, man. I do not participate in the Victim Olympics. I do not go to pity parties, and that's all you keep trying to do every time you come on. A pity party, victim Olympics, somebody help me. This is my excuse. You got an excuse for everything. Stop making excuses and stop making a way, man.
Yeah. Well, have I asked for anyone's help? I haven't asked for anyone's help.
No. I get you, D. D, have you ever seen I don't know if you've seen him. His name is Sheldon, excuse me. Sheldon the Blind Traveler. Dude's blind legally, glaucoma.
Yeah, he was featured on Razor Ray's show.
That dude be everywhere.
And he was weird. That dude, man, that guy, every day I wake up and I feel sad for a second. I'm a big guy. You could call me evil, but I'm a big guy. Looking at other people's losses and using it as a lesson for myself. Every day I wake up in Thailand, I see people impoverished. You know, sometimes I even can go 3 o'clock in the morning. You can see women doing what they got to do to try to feed themselves. And I look at my life and I say, do I have to live like that? If I don't, then I'll never complain. Sometimes I go to the hospital and I'll see people getting diagnosed with cancer and radiation and sit there and look, I'm going to walk out here with a clean bill of health. But what about that kid? What about this person? So again, this guy, the blind traveler, you go to his channel and this dude's in the Philippines, Cancun's, he can't see.
I'm showing him right now.
What in the galaxy?
Just him right here.
That's brave, bro. So
pictures with women. He out in the clubs. He in Medellin. He got his cane with him, brother. That's his cane.
And he got the other guy. He got the other guy called, like, I think his name was. He's paraplegic, so he's in a wheelchair, handicapped from the neck down, and he's like paraplegic gang. They just like, for me, that's amazing, man. He in the water, he can't see nothing, but he's asking the person to describe what I'm experiencing right now, and then people are there helping him, supporting him. That guy gives me mad hope every day, man. Like, so you get what I'm saying? Maybe it's somebody you can check out and look into, because you're around the same thing where you're like, I'm gonna deal with this problem in the long term, but he's here to show you that there's life even after that. You get what I'm saying? Because he's already doing it. He's actually blind. You get me? He's blind now, not down the road, not 5 years. You get me? So I think he'll be a good person. You could possibly even reach out to the man. He might talk to you one-on-one. So, God, there's people doing amazing things, and I think you could get inspired, but you got to use the internet wisely.
Mm-hmm. Don't be silent during there. I'm trying to find this picture that always inspired.
I'm gonna say this. I know too many ex-military guys that have crashed out and had their moments. I've been one of them. I've given up agencies with over 500 agents in it, making well over high six figures. I gave it all up because it was so much on me to take care of everybody else. I neglected myself to the nth degree. Money means nothing if you're not here. So at the end of the day, you can always rebuild yourself. That's why I say I've lived 5 lifetimes since I've been born. Each time you have to transition into rebuilding yourself, remaking yourself. You should be evolving through life. That's why I say even in this travel game, the young kids are going to run around. They're going to do their mongering thing, but they should be evolving. By the time they get to Fearless's age, Black Man Travels age, Obstacles age, my age, they should be transitioning into the final realization of who you are as a human being, whatever that is that drives you. You know, and you have to define that for yourself. You can let society put pressure on you to tell you what the definition of success is, or you can define it for your damn self. It doesn't have to be about money. It could be about family. It could be about a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah.
But the only way you're going to realize what that is you got to seek the help for yourself first. You got to be at peace first before you can find out what your purpose is. Yeah. Because right now there's a lot of shit going on in your head that you have not dealt with. I understand going through combat. I understand compression and decompressing. I understand how you can just put things in a little bottle and forget about them and continue to make a mission. mission after mission after mission, but you never go back and fix all the shit that you dealt with. This is when you have to crash out as a military guy. And I've seen guys that were way more successful than me, 500,000, almost 3,000 agents. And I talked to him about when I crashed out. He goes, it's not going to happen to me. His daughter graduated. She's out in college. She left her home. It was him and his wife, and he crashed out. He called me up and said, you know what, Alex? It just happened. And I walked him through the same process I'm telling you right now.
Yeah.
And right now, you don't have the stabilization right now because you sold your house. I'm telling you, you need to go and get in a program. Go through those steps while you got time and no place over your head right now beside that hotel room. And get the help you need and start rebuilding yourself, transition yourself. Move into your new lifetime. Whatever that's going to be. There's no, but this could, it's none of that. You're either going to do it or you're not going to do it. It ain't going to be no rebuttals no more. This is your choice. This is your life. Nobody else is going to say nothing else. We done with the conversation because I can't convince you to do something you don't want to do for yourself. And all we're doing is wasting the air coming out of our fucking lungs at this point. What I'm telling you right now is if you're not ready, then you're not ready. Nobody else is going to convince you, no matter how much we talk. Until you're ready to do it, nobody else is going to convince you to do it.
Well, Ronan,
before you address that, I just want to address Black Opal. He says, this is terrible. You guys are not helping. He says, you are not health pros. You're just being bullies. I don't agree with that. I want to go back because what should we do? Should we let him fall, pick up the pieces?
Half of these guys are trolls and half of them want to pay to have people crash out. That's what they're here for, the entertainment. We legitimately have a relationship with this man right now. We've been talking to him. We've known him for over years. And you got the nerve to come in this room and make a personal assessment when you have no idea how much we've talked offline personally with this man. Yeah. How dare you? Make your own judgments and get the hell up out this room personally.
Darnell,
he does not have a point. He does not have a point, brother. He does not. We've had plenty of conversations with Darnell offline. He didn't just pop up on the panel.
Darnell, I show this to you because whenever I'm feeling like you do, I look at this. And it says, you hate your life while some people are dream of having your life. I bet the blind traveler would love to have glaucoma. He would love to see what you see.
Well, he probably had a glaucoma leading him to go blind.
Maybe he just not understanding.
No, he's just having a pity party right now.
Well, not exactly. I mean, the one thing I wanted to address, Ronan, as you know, I sent you some several things about a investment that I'm making. So I would like to say that, I like to think that I am moving forward. That even after selling this property, I'm leveraging that capital that I'm making off this property, investing in future property into future growth. And I've sent you the research that I have done. So
my question would be, for what?
I like to believe that I am building a future for
somebody else. Exactly. You're gonna keep saying it.
Yes.
I just told you don't say it. The hell you keep building it for somebody else for, man? Everything
because I don't.
Say is for someone else. Maybe do you not like yourself?
No. That's actually, yes. I do resent my past, which was a feature of yesterday's episode about the past. Does the past matter? But at the same time, too, I'll be honest with you. I don't think I'm going to be around much longer. That's just the honest to God truth.
Black Opal, this is what I do say, man. I don't make excuses. So if life gives me lemons, I have to
make lemonade.
So what he's saying is, I know people that One person says I don't have an arm, and they don't have an arm. The other person says I can still be a part of the Olympics and do that. You either overcome or you fall behind. So I do not run in the victim Olympics, man. I don't say you handicap, I say you handy capable. So when you tell me what your problem is, we say that's not really a problem, because everybody can take something that they have and make something out of it. What's that guy? Just think about this. You guys watch the movie Hustle and Flow?
Yep.
The skinny white dude, he would look like he would be a crazy actor. Like, who would hire him? But he took his look and said, my look is unique. My look will get me to a certain place. They use what they have to get there. And all you keep saying is, I'm going to have this. I'm going to have that. This is my problem. I got to take it. I mean, I don't know, Darnell, brother. I don't know.
Right.
Like I said, we can't really. We're not going to convince you. You're going to have to convince yourself. All we can do is give you words of encouragement.
We acting like old Hebrew rabbis.
Yeah, that shit is funny as heck.
Please tell us I would like this. Please tell us what, and you can come up to the show. What advice would you give Darnell? Keep sending money to these chicks. Keep trying to support people. When his money runs out, what? I'd like to know, because it's always good. You guys always can say what someone shouldn't do. But I'd like to know what should do.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Ronan knows about my land deal. Ronan, what do you think about my land deal?
I don't want to talk about that online. That's the whole thing. I don't want to divulge.
No, Black Opal, don't do that. You keep telling us. See, this is the problem. This is how the Democrats and Republicans do, and this is how they always trick us. When one of them is in office, they always say how bad they're doing. And then when the other asks, well, what would you do? There's never a solution. So my question is, what is the solution? And what you said, go to a 6-month mental health facility. We've already addressed that a long time ago.
I just told him he needed to check himself in today.
Those things we've done. That's a repetitive conversation. What would you do? You guys are so brilliant. The chat is so smart. We got the smartest chat. What would you tell him to do?
Yeah, right. Black Opal is totally being judgmental. They're bordering on trolling, actually.
That's what I'm thinking at this point.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
That's how it is. Everybody wants to be a beast until it's time to do beast.
Yeah, I know, Dwight, and that's what I'm saying. There's no more wasting your breath saying it. Unless he wants to do it, nobody else is going to make him do it. So we've given him the advice. He's either going to execute on the advice or his own mental capacity of saying, they're right, I do need to go check myself in, or he's going to continue to move forward with what's going on with him right now, which is not necessarily the healthiest situation.
I mean, I know we talk around it a lot, but I do believe hard work always will elevate you. I do believe that focus, like you guys all talked about. But to me, that's part of red pill, though. Working hard, making yourself better, getting the gym, just making yourself a better person. I think that's part of red pill, And the world we live in, ain't nobody gonna give you nothing. You're gonna have to work for to earn your keep. So I mean, that's part of red pill, learning that people don't have to accept you for who you are, and you have to make yourself better. I mean, if you want to compete, so I think that's part of it. And people don't have to give you anything. Women don't have to pay you no mind. I mean, that's just part of life. And working hard and making yourself better, man. But I just wanted to say though, you know, it's just one of those things you got to deal with, and I think that's why you got to put yourself on an international level, because the competition, can be thick at times, uh, for men especially. I think for men it's just very competitive for men. I mean, I just think it's just really competitive for men. You know, that's just my perspective. I think
The
women
Mercy,
get
I would
yeah,
normally agree with you,
yeah, go ahead.
but not in his case. He'll go overseas. He'll go to some place like Sasua. He go to Rio, and he gonna meet one of them fine chicks. It's gonna take him for everything he got, because he don't have confidence in himself. And somebody will talk a sweet game to him and talk him right out of everything he got. He not ready. So going overseas is not going to help him out. It might be more harmful, because he'll be in a position where a 9 or a 10 will see him like prey, and they'll be like, "Oh, he got a little money. I'll be the nicest thing to him," and they're going to take everything he got. He not ready for that.
Well, I wasn't necessarily talking about him. The only reason why I say that, because he just got a lot of excuses. See, a man that got a lot of excuses, I mean, ain't no help for a man that got a lot of excuses. I mean, ain't no excuses for men, man. That's my first point. Ain't no excuse for men. You either gonna get it or you ain't gonna get it, or get out. That's just the man's lesson. You agree with that?
Oh, I agree with that all the way. And Black Opal, what you don't understand is this is not Darnell's first time on the panel, brother. We've been having this discussion with him for over a year. So all the questions you've asked, we've asked more than one time. But the only feedback we get is an excuse why I can't. You got the can't in your vocabulary, man. And even when and this is how we know. We've made bets and wagers on what you won't do. You're gonna go to DR with some place and with these two girls. We knew it wasn't gonna happen. Like, yeah, that's not gonna happen. We said it. It becomes a meme. And we're not trying to have you as a meme. We really want you to succeed, man. But you're gonna have to. And when we say we want you to succeed, we don't want to see you hit rock bottom before you come to a realization that you need to change.
Well, Fearless, I like to think that I did hit rock bottom. 2017. Was it 2017? Yeah, I think it was 2017. 2016, 2017, somewhere in that time frame. I went broke. I was literally broke during that
So
time
let me ask
frame.
you a question. All right, you went broke.
Yes, sir.
Was them hoes that you sent money to and them brothers that you helped out and all of them? Why was you broke? Where was their money at? Why didn't they help you out?
Let's just say when you look at the book of Job in the Bible.
Man, come on, man. Just answer the question. Where were they?
Well, I'm answering the question. It's the same story as the book of Job. When Job went through his trials and tribulations, they were quick to chastise Job. So they weren't there.
I said, who helped? You keep saying how you have to help these people out.
Mm-hmm.
My question was, when you went through it, who helped you out?
No one.
Then why the fuck do you keep helping the people when nobody was there to help you?
I'm not helping
yourself.
Well, I'm not helping them any longer, but I am helping. Like I said, my two brothers.
might not be helping those exact people. You just helping. It's like I'm not helping Jennifer out because she didn't help me, but instead I'm just helping Jessica out. Jessica's
Okay.
the same as Jennifer.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You're just doing it to somebody else. And we're not
Okay.
going to stay on here long, man, because
No, go ahead. You're good.
my blood pressure going to get up, and I can't go to sleep with my blood pressure high. You know, hypertension and all that, diabetes and sugars is not good for the black man to have. And you give me all of those things, bro. I'm getting all of them.
No, I'm sorry about that.
Well, no, I just want you to be better, man. But I don't know. You know, they, like I said before, advice is something you ask for when you already know the answer, but wish you didn't.
I mean,
I
my
think you
man
wanna
brought up
sympathy
Job,
with you.
man. My man talked about Job. Job was a wealthy man and had much riches and got sick. I mean, extremely sick. I mean, really, really sick, where he could not do for himself. He had a wife, had a family, lost it all, but gained twice as much at the end. So if he gonna use Job as an example, then you're supposed to get twice. First you're supposed to be rich, and then you're supposed to get twice as much. So
Well, I
mean,
did.
That don't help your story.
Well, I did come back. You
I'm
only
talking
heard the
about rich.
part.
I'm talking about rich, bro. The rich
Well,
part.
I can't say. You know, I can't say I'm rich. I'm definitely not. But
Okay,
the
so
point
all
is
right,
that
so now
I did come back.
no, but you skipping over a lot, bro. You skipping over a lot.
Okay.
See, he was already rich. See, that's something you can't skip over. Which means he already had a work ethic.
Mhm.
Joe was
Correct.
the type of person to make excuses.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so he was already rich, man. And then he got twice as rich.
Mhm.
See, you can't skip over that. And he had a wife. And he had a family.
That's right.
And he had friends to come see him when he was sick.
And what did those friends do?
It don't matter. They came to see him.
It does matter. It does matter because it matters
Hold
about
up.
the
Let me ask you
friends that
this,
you brought up.
Darnell. What friends
Uh-huh.
you got, brother? What friends you got?
Well, as Joe found out, I didn't have friends.
Don't tell me what friends you got. Who you hang out with? You got friends?
Not really. I mean, I do have friends. Well, they're not really. I would call them acquaintances. You know, are they? You know, one of them, I'll say he had my back when somebody was contemplating robbing me. I ain't gonna lie, I developed a friendship with him because this guy had my back. Say, hey man, that guy's about to rob you. Man, thanks to him, I didn't get robbed. That guy put his life on the line.
He put his life on the line. He just told you about to get robbed. What's that? So
I didn't have
to be your friend.
I didn't have my pistol with me, and he said, "Don't you worry."
So if I tell you that girl about to take advantage of you, I'm your friend.
Well, when you put it that way, I mean, I'm not gonna say friend, but I am gonna say, hey man, at least hey man, this Fearless is looking out for her. I ain't gonna lie, Fearless, I do believe that you're looking out for me now.
I'm looking out for you, but I'm just trying to show you, man, that everybody who smiles at you is not your friend, brother.
Any man that says, hey man, that guy's about to rob you, I say, oh shit, I didn't bring my pistol with me. And he said, don't you worry, I'm packing and you good. Means a lot. I mean, it's one thing, it's kind of.
Let me see if I can find this. I'm gonna go ahead and keep talking. I'm gonna show you who you are in this sense.
It's kind of like in the military when that guy got your back. You may not like that guy for one reason or another. I think Ronan even brought up a point. There was racists in the military, but you know what? That guy that didn't like black people, he still had that black man's back at the end of the day, because that same black man had that white supremacist guy back. there's just something unique about it.
I, you know, I don't know what to say.
No,
I guess at a point, there's nothing you can really say. Like I said, it's going to come down to when Darnell wants to seek the help he needs, he's going to do it. And right now, he's not ready. You know, whatever he's going through with this process of moving, it's obviously affecting him in a way. I hope he recognizes it and sees that he needs to sit down and talk to somebody just to work through this one situation. Didn't say you fell off the wagon 100%, but every time when you do something this big, you've been in that home for 11 years. There's a lot of memories. There was stability there. And you're giving up that stability. And you don't actually have a plan on where your next stability is you're in limbo.
No, I showed you my plans.
Listen, I understand that. I understand that. Listen, those plans have not been executed. And until those plans are executed, you are in limbo. You have choices. You have choices. But you have not made the final decision on what you're going to do.
Well, as of right now, I'm under contract to purchase said property, and
that property is a blank property. It's not something you're moving into.
No, it's not.
Right. While you're buying that property, there still needs to be what? Stabilization. And where is your stabilization right now?
I'm still working on that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
But I do believe
you don't have that stabilization. It's a good opportunity to do some self-reflection and some work with some supervision. And that's why I'm encouraging you to check yourself in. Now, you can either understand why I'm telling you to do that because you have the time on your hands to do it right now.
The thing is, Ronan, I'm going to be honest with you guys. When I left rehab, I tried. I tried to check myself in with the VA, and you know what they said? Nothing wrong with you.
How long ago was this?
About 6 months ago. About five or 6 months ago. I tried.
Go to emergency room and say you feel like you're going to harm yourself. And I guarantee you
you gotta be careful. You know about our Second Amendment rights now. You gotta be careful saying that.
Is it not true? Are you not doing self-harm right now? Doesn't have to be with a weapon. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? Okay.
Yeah.
When you're not caring for yourself, you are harming yourself. You are in some type of protest with yourself mentally. You don't feed yourself. You don't correct. You don't dress yourself. You don't groom yourself. You don't do a lot of things. You're protesting something within yourself. So are you not doing self-harm? Doesn't have to be a violent self-harm.
No, you're not wrong, Ronan. The only thing is that the VA, when they define
for the VA, they're not going to tell you to leave if you said that. So I need to go into the mental institution, the mental wing, and I need to be observed because I'm not feeling well and I think I might do something. That's all you have to do. That's up to you. I'm not asking you for a determination right now. When we get off this line, you're going to have yourself to look at. And you're going to have to do some self-reflecting, and you're going to make that decision on your own. I ain't waiting to get this online. This ain't about clicks and views. I wish we would have ended this and had this conversation offline. We didn't need to do this live. So let's do that. Let's go ahead and end this conversation off the live, because half the people involved in this conversation don't know you and don't know that we know you. So let's go ahead and push the button and end this stream.
We appreciate everybody for joining tonight. I hope that maybe you guys got some insight, some value. Just maybe rewatch this, and maybe if you have a friend out there that's in need, be a friend in need, a friend indeed. Until next time, travel like Ronan, stay fearless.